board. It's 9:30 a.m. and today is Thursday, June 4th. My name is Gordon, and I'm a member of the county's Office of Technology and Innovation. I will be playing the role of technology moderator for today's virtual board meeting. So, and on the panel with me is Don Kroll of the County Attorney's Office, who will be serving as process moderator. Before we start the meeting, I'd like to do a quick roll call to ensure we have adequate communications for each commissioner. Commissioner Eggers. Commissioner Eggers.
Was on.
All right, he stepped away, so let's go to the next one. Commissioner Seal.
Present.
Awesome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner Welch.
Morning, Dana.
Morning, sir. Commissioner Long.
Good morning, Dana.
Good morning, Commissioner. Commissioner Justice.
Good morning, Dana.
Good morning, sir. Commissioner Peters.
I'm here. Good morning.
Great. And Commissioner Gerard.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. And I guess there's Commissioner Eggers. Commissioner Eggers.
Hello, good morning.
Great. Okay, Mr. Administrator, I now turn the meeting over to you.
Well, this is our second day of budget meetings. So we've got on 5 different groups that we're going to be talking about today. We'll keep the same format as yesterday in terms of letting the budget analysts kind of outline the significant budget issues within the department, and then go right into the department, kind of giving you an overview of their work plan and the major challenges that they're facing, and then open it up for questions. This is it's setting the budget is one of our biggest policy setting task, and obviously drives the way we operate. So kind of getting into some of the detail. I know it takes time, but it matters. So again, we'll try to refine that and work to get that down. I'm really excited. I think the analyst did a really good job yesterday. We'll continue to work on refining, trying to get our message down, hit the high points, where we can get into significant meetings. But having them understand and hear and interact with you in terms of the significant issues and the things that you're looking at, or the questions that you have, will help us, as we do further analysis, refine our performance metrics and the decision making that we make within the department. So that's just my opening comments. And the first one up today is the Office of Asset Management.
Good morning. I'm the budget analyst that supports the Office of Asset Management, and I'll be discussing that with you guys today. And Jeremy Waugh is the director of the department, and we have Aubrey Phillips, who's going to talk about the performance metrics. Before we get started, let me share my screen, and I'll just go over a brief overview of the department and then pass it over to Aubrey.
Christian, if you'd like, I can provide the overview of the department briefly
Okay.
while you're on the document.
Sure. Are you able to see the document now? No.
Now,
Okay.
So the Office of Asset Management, as you all are aware, was created and made responsible for developing the county's asset management program. One component of that is the CityWorks software, which is a tool to support the asset management program. That implementation for CityWorks was extended by 30 days due to COVID-19 impacts. However, it remains on track for the remaining departments, which is Parks and Conservation Resources, Solid Waste, and Real Estate Management, are still anticipated to go live by fiscal year 2020, Q2. The rest of the OAM's work plan is really focused on developing tools and additional resources around that asset management program. And as that program matures, they'll be looking to establish performance measures that can be used to evaluate our maturity in asset management over time in the future. And with that, I'll hand it back to Krishna. Do you need a hand projecting the template?
Is it not up there? Because on my screen it's showing that it's sharing, but
it's not.
Okay. If you don't mind, please.
Yep. If you'd like to go ahead and speak, and then I can share the document.
Okay, fair enough. So opportunities for efficiencies. Currently, the department's already started doing virtual meetings and is using cloud documentation technologies to allow staff to work from any location, whether it's work from home or a county location. And this helps reduce travel times between meeting locations. One of the future efficiencies that the department is considering would be to utilize common office spaces where frequent in-person meetings occur. So therefore, these spaces can be shared as needed. Over to the budget summary. The Office of Asset Management was incepted in FY19, so therefore there aren't any actuals for 17 and 19 or 17 and 18. In comparison, from the FY21 total budget request to the FY20 budget that's in place, there was a decrease of $212,000. Majority of that decrease is due to personnel services decreasing by $232,000. Part of that decrease is because one FTE that was budgeted in the Office of Asset Management is being realigned to the Office of Technology and Innovation as a CityWorks administrator, which will support the users that go live with phase 2 of the program implementation. The other part of that reduction in personnel costs is due to vacant positions being filled at a lower rate than what was budgeted. In FY20, the personnel services are estimated to be significantly lower than the FY20 budget. And that's because 3 positions were filled in March and April. They still have 1 vacancy that's expected to be filled in July. And then the position that's being transferred to the Office of Technology and Innovation remained vacant through the entire fiscal year 20. The operating budget request increased by nearly $25,000 compared to the FY20 budget. The primary factor of this increase is the training and education budget, which has increased by $20,000. That training and education budget increased as a result of budgeting for 6 employees training versus only the 2 employees in FY20 due to vacancies. The Office of Asset Management is an internal service department, and so for the services that it provides, it basically charges out an intergovernmental charge to the departments that benefit from the services it provides and gets a cost recovery deposited back into the general fund. Staffing summary, we've gone from 9 FTE in FY19 to 6 FTE in FY21. 2 positions were realigned to support the Office of Technology and Innovation as CityWorks administrators, and then 1 position was realigned to the County Administrator's Office for the Sustainability and Resiliency Coordinator position. That is all I have. If there are any questions, Jeremy and I can field those for you.
We'll let Jeremy kind of do a summary of where he's going with the department, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you see me?
We can.
Yes.
So thank you, Krishna and Aubrey, for presenting that. As they discussed, the original staffing plan that you saw was the original plan was an estimate based when the project was hardly even started. We've evaluated the real need for all that staffing levels, and we've realigned resources and reduced the staffing levels to what's appropriate now that we've started the implementation. So now that we're into the thick of the weeds, we know what we really need, and we're hiring the right people for those roles and realigning people to other departments that the role better sits over there. Likewise, so what they presented was the Office of Asset Management piece of it, but we are implementing a program, an asset management program. And if you may recall the original program, I don't know if Krishna or Aubrey, you could open the PDF of the total staffing that I sent over this morning, but the total staffing for the program had an estimate of 59 new FTEs across all the departments, so Public Works, Utilities, Parks, real estate management, and solid waste, also including technology pieces. The original planned estimate while we were starting was at the 59 FTEs. Now that we're in the thick of the weeds, we have reduced that planned estimate to 37 total FTEs needed. And that was accomplished by realigning internal staff within the operational departments. So someone who used to be doing a different role has now been trained and brought up to speed in the new programmatic aspects. And therefore, we don't need to hire someone new to fill that role. So it's a net benefit for the county and for the employee and for the program. So we're really happy with how that's progressed. Currently, I don't have the exact count, but we're close to the 37 total FTEs for the planned program now on board.
And Jeremy, on this planned staffing, two things. One, this was the total projected. A lot of these positions were existing, or and also a lot of them were in enterprise funds or special revenue funds, not necessarily general fund.
Correct. So the enterprise departments, utility, solid waste, et cetera, were part of this employee count too.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a really detailed list and tracking of how we've moved positions, and really you don't need to get into the numbers, or we can if you want, but the colors generally illustrate all the positions in yellow across the 5 operational departments and OAM are the ones that have been, we call them placed on hold, but evaluate if they're even really needed in the future. And this was based on the original plan. All these positions.
So commissioners, the way we've done this, and Jeremy's done a really good job working with the departments. You know, there were areas, and especially around the enterprise funds, where they didn't have anybody looking at their assets. So you know, standing that area up, be able to manage and measure efficiency within those, you know, was critical. But the items in yellow, rather than say that we had 59 positions, we've in essence eliminated those. And so we've asked that if you need anything now, beyond this, what we stood up, that it'll actually come back as a decision point. So we'll make sure that we justify each and every position that is being requested kind of on a go forward basis. That way we're not, you know, that was a projection. Now we know what it takes. Anything we'll do, we'll evaluate on an individual basis rather than it being assumed that they can add those positions because they were originally projected at a higher level.
So with that, and I think that Krishna mentioned it, or Aubrey mentioned it, that we are on track with the current software implementation, which is the CityWorks software. And those are the track 2 teams, which would be the balance of the 5 operational departments involved in the project. I think Krishna said Q2 of 2020. It's actually 2022. I'll make sure I'm not, we didn't complete this already this year. We're still in the middle of the software.
Yes, Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, well, this is great. I mean, obviously, this is a very important part of managing our assets. It's critically important. I'm glad to see that the numbers, and I remember when we approved it in a budget, which I had a big problem with, it was over 70. I thought 75 originally approved. So the fact that we're now figuring out how to incorporate them into the individual departments, I think is just the way it should be. And I'm certainly glad that number is dramatically less to get the job done. That chart that you had, could you send us a copy of that?
Yes.
That'd be great. And so thank you. Keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thanks. Anything else? Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we did this, when we initiated this initially, there was a chart, and I think it was Paul that showed it, that kind of showed the long-term return on investment, where this was going to, start breaking even, then actually start saving us money. If we could get an updated version of that chart when you get a moment, that'd be wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on Commissioner Eggers' question. So, and we didn't have that chart that he asked for. Was it 59 positions that we had budgeted? And we filled how many of them? Was it 29 or? I don't have that slide in my packet. But the question is, the unfilled positions, did that contribute to the carryover that we were talking about in fund balance yesterday? In other words, we budgeted for those positions, but we didn't
You
fill them.
budgeted for, yeah, you budgeted for 50, well, no, you had planned 59.
Okay.
And you, we filled what, 37? Is that correct?
Approximately.
But did you budget for the balance? I don't believe we did. I think those were under consideration. So in the 2020 or 19 budget, those were not budgeted positions up to the 59. So you authorized positions up to that amount, but we didn't actually budget for them until they got into the implementation and determined their needs. So I don't believe there might have been a few positions. I'll let Bill speak to that, or Krishna, but I don't believe there was a lot of positions that were budgeted that were unfilled.
Okay.
Barry's correct. The 59 figure was a multi-year staffing plan. And before implementing that full staffing plan, we've made those adjustments that Jeremy described. So there were never positions budgeted that have lapse associated with them that are not intended to be filled.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay,
All right.
I guess we're done.
Thank you.
Next up, we have solid waste.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Linda.
I am Linda Larkins with the Office of Management and Budget, and I support the Department of Solid Waste. And with me today, we have a few people. Aubrey Phillips with Strategic Performance. Oops, sorry. Okay. We have Aubrey Phillips with the Office of Management and Budget Strategic Performance. And we also have Jennifer Castagner. She's going to be discussing CIP. We also have Paul Sacco somewhere on the line. He's the director of the Solid Waste Department. He'll be available to respond to any questions as well. So as we get started, I am going to hopefully share my screen. Please let me know if you can see what I have up here.
Looks
It's a
good.
PDF of Solid Waste Department.
Looks good.
Excellent. All right, so at this point, I'll toss it over to Aubrey Phillips to begin the discussion with Strategic Performance Management.
Good morning again. So Solid Waste has completed their 30-year master plan and are working on implementing the recommendations from that plan. Extending the life of the landfill continues to be a primary focus for the department, and they're continuing to implement projects and programs that to that end. One such project has been the capital reinvestments that have been made in the waste to energy facility. And as a result of investments over the past several years, that facility is now operating at an all-time high due to those reinvestments. Solid Waste is also looking at enhanced metals recovery facility in the waste to energy facility. This would help to recover additional metals and is anticipated based on a pilot study that was conducted last year to recover approximately $1 million per year from the existing waste stream. Solid Waste is evaluating the installation of the equipment that would support that enhanced metals recovery. They also continue to inspect businesses that generate hazardous waste and work with those that are out of compliance by providing education and resources. They've recently instituted additional performance metrics since that program has hit its 5-year mark of being in implementation to allow them to go back and evaluate their effectiveness with those compliance visits. Solid Waste isn't the main stakeholder in the interest of the development of Toy Town, but they stand ready to support as needed development of that property. They're also working with vendors to evaluate the feasibility of waste to energy ash reuse. That could be used to increase the side slope of the landfill and create more capacity without extending the footprint of the landfill itself. Based on a BCC directive, the vendor is researching the recycled materials market as a first step to assist with a feasibility study on constructing a regional municipal operated materials recycling facility. They are expecting that research to be back in June. As COVID happened, the Scale House did implement 100% electronic payments to prevent the exchange of cash and checks. The HEC3, the household chemical recycling, the swap shot, and mobile collection events, site tours, and mulch collections were temporarily canceled due to COVID-19. HEC3 and mulch collection sites were reopened as of June 1st. And the only other impact that we noted around COVID-19 was that negotiations with Duke Energy on the power purchase agreement have been delayed as a result of COVID-19 impacts. So I'll hand it back to Linda now to dive into the budget, the resources, and FTEs that help support all of this great work that Solid Waste is doing.
Thanks, Aubrey. So we do have a few opportunities for efficiencies that we've highlighted here. As Aubrey mentioned, the Scale House is I believe she mentioned this, the Scale House has converted from paper and post office delivery of their invoices to electronic delivery. So that's a potential postage savings of about $2,000 a year. We also have the Enhanced Metals Recovery Pilot Project, which Aubrey mentioned, and that's an additional source of revenue. We also have renewable energy credits as a possible revenue source. And we are working with a consultant at this point to ensure that our facility does meet the REC standard. Some threats that we see on the horizon, and most of these are not really new. We've got the power purchase agreement with Duke that expires at the end of the calendar year 24. And barring any changes to what we have in place, that would be a loss of our primary source of revenue. And just as a point of information for FY21, the capacity revenue that we receive is 55% of our total revenue at the facility. We also have a recycled material market potential decline, and if the ability for us to sell at the rates that we would like to see declines, then that puts obviously pressure on our revenues, and it could increase the amount of disposables that go into the landfill and therefore shorten the landfill life. Another potential threat, the municipal solid waste tends to be proportional to the economy, although we don't have an exact one-to-one correlation. So as the economy may begin to decline, then that may reduce the amount of solid waste materials that come into our facility. And just to point out, we do have a minimum tonnage in our contract with Covanta, the waste to energy service agreement. So we always have to keep in mind that we've got a minimum we must fulfill. And another potential threat is need to increase the industrial water treatment plant capacity to ensure that we avoid future FDEP fines or penalties. Does anyone have any questions about those particular items before I move on to the budget highlights?
Yeah, just I had a couple. Oh, me too.
Commissioner Eggers.
Oh, sorry. I didn't think anybody else. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, just real quickly on the negotiation, I'll go to that first with Duke Energy. I remember having this discussion like 3 or 4 years ago that was going to be a priority to get the discussions going. The trade-off would be maybe a little bit less now, this was 4 years ago, in exchange for maybe a longer term. Obviously now 3 years have come and gone, and so that alternative is less and less. Is there any sense at all of any interest at all in that we have a partner to negotiate with, or is it just kind of riding out till the end?
It's kind of riding out to the end, Commissioner, and I'll let Paul speak to it. You know, we have had discussions, and they've had a consultant and working with Duke, but kind of got above their pay scale. You know, Commissioner Seal and I did meet a while back on, you know, with some of the leadership at Duke and then they kind of kicked it over to us. I was going to have some meetings. I two delays and with them on meetings that I was going to have directly with them to see if we could, and I think staff did structure kind of an option for them that would extend it out, and there was a trade-off there for good for them and for us. Been very difficult to get that contact, and then when COVID hit, it really kind of stopped it. So we're going to try to re-engage, but there's been no progress at this point.
Okay, then two other questions real quickly. We have an estimated life on the landfill right now. And do we monitor that estimate every month, every 6 months, every year? How do we monitor that? Like say 2 years ago, we had 75 years. We're doing such a good job, it's still at 75 years. Or how do we monitor that? And how often?
Let's let Paul get in here. And maybe Paul, you can just kind of then summarize your kind of where you're going with the department. And then we go back to the budget highlights.
Yeah, and the only other question I had was a comment on the Smurf facility and what we're finding out in the early stages of that. So those are the only two questions I had. Thank you.
All right, Paul. Paul?
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Speak up, please.
Okay. So, to answer Commissioner Eggers' first question about the landfill, that's looked at every year. We actually do an aerial view of the landfill and use topographical information to actually calculate, the actual heights and how it varies across the footprint of the landfill. And we also use projections based on tonnages that we see, as well as population moving forward. So that's all calculated, like I said, every year. I think the latest that we've seen, we're at 79 years right now. It's dropped a little bit, and the reason for that is the work that's being done at the waste energy facility. The facility has not been, as available due to longer outages, which doesn't hurt us on our capacity payment because we have curtailment periods, but we, actually divert a lot of our trash from the facility to the landfill during those times. So we'll recoup that and we'll spin that up, and that'll continue to hold or get better as we implement our other programs that we have coming out of the master plan.
So Paul, you have on timely reviews of that every year, historically and projection. Could you send us something on that, please?
I can send you the latest copy that was just
fine.
About a month or two ago.
Fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And answer your second question about the MRF, the material recycling facility. So the COVID-19's kind of wreaked havoc a little on our recycling markets. So we've contracted with RRS, sorry. And the preliminary reviews have really shown where the markets have dipped in some areas, but have come back really hard in other areas, in the areas of glass and paper, believe it or not, in response to what's being needed for some of our frontline workers and what they see. We're asking for an update of those material market pricing before we present that information to the TMC at the July meeting. And, we'll see if there's any movement based on the recovery efforts that are happening across the nation. When we have that information, we're actually going out for the second phase of that review that we need data, and that's actually to look at the recycling composition across the county. When you have those two pieces of information of where the markets are, what they're doing, as well as what materials we're recycling and how well we're doing with that, those two pieces come together and would be looked at to determine, how best and what the feasibility would be to construct and operate a MRF. We do know that a regional MRF is needed most likely it would only be one that would be needed on a regional level. So that could be here in Pinellas, it could be over in Hillsborough. They're actually looking at the same thing. In fact, they're a little bit ahead of us in doing some of that. So we continue to work closely with the other regional partners as we continue to mine this data and move forward. But I really don't have anything more to share in that area right now, and probably won't until we get closer to the end of the fall and maybe the beginning of the winter months.
That's great. I've known that a lot of cities have interest in at least exploring that partnership as well. So yeah, keep us posted as you hear things. Thank you, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, also, we've discussed this with the city managers. I mean, obviously the cities have a huge stake in this. There's a lot, and to Paul's point, they're working with the cities. It's part of the TMC, and they have membership on that, and so they are working in collaboration with the cities as kind of roll out these strategies. Because in fact, it's really the cities that collect the majority of the recyclables, and it's embedded within their contract. And there's a lot of different structures within the different municipalities in terms of how they address that and the financing structure for their program. So they are working in collaboration with them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Welch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the minimum municipal waste tonnage, have we ever not met that? And what is the financial penalty if we miss it?
So the tonnage there, it's about 810,000 tons per year is what we're required to deliver per the service agreement. Now this is a new agreement that took effect in 2014. There was a similar agreement before Covanta came on board. We got pretty thin on garbage at the Great Recession. So we're certainly not seeing anything like that in the economy or our trash at this point. I really don't have an answer for you on what that penalty would be. Right now, I'd have to look at the service agreement to make that happen. I don't believe that's a reality, in that we do have contingencies that if we were to get thin in our garbage, we could actually start to mine some of that from the landfill and take that over to the facility. Why that comes at a little bit of cost for the transportation from our landfill contractor to get it to the facility, it would, wane in comparison to the penalties that we would see in the service agreement. So we do have a contingency to kind of work through that, Commissioner.
And that's an annual, it's not a month to month?
It's an annual, right? We would do that over a reconciliation annually.
Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Well, I have one question mentioned, and I'm trying to find it now. Of course, I can't. About phasing out electronics recycling and incinerating those instead. I don't remember that from the master plan, but is that something we're actually doing?
It is in the master plan for for us to consider. Right now, it costs about $300,000 a year for us to dispose of those electronics that we collect at HEC3. And as you may know, when you're looking at electronics that are coming in, we really can't guarantee the privacy of that information. We make people sign a waiver saying that, that threat is there, but we really don't know what happens to that material when it leaves. We try to track that. We make sure we get bills of lading. A lot of those materials go overseas to, underdeveloped countries that are helping, with the recycling of those components. We're looking at about 70 to 100 tons on any given year to make that happen. If we were to implement our enhanced metals recovery, we certainly can incinerate these electronics. We would be recycling the most important parts with the non-ferrous metals that would come out of those electronics. We would be incinerating and protecting all the personal information that is there. But we just can't make that happen or have that guarantee until that enhanced metal system is in there. So we're probably looking at 2 to 3 years out before that would happen. At that point, we could still collect the electronics, but we would just take them to the incinerator as opposed to recycling them.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
All right, so moving on to the budget summary, we've got a number of financial tables that I will scroll through, and then I'll get to the budget highlights. So there are 3 funds that deal with solid waste, 2 of which are the operating and capital funds, and the third one is the Lealman Solid Waste Fund. So this first table that you see is the revenues associated with solid waste operating and capital funds. It's a summary at a high level. The next table that you see is the operating expenditures for solid waste. The third table here is the solid waste capital improvement program. And then the next couple of tables are Lealman Solid Waste. And just as a reminder, this particular fund is associated with the Lealman Municipal Service Benefit Unit, MSBU. And this allows that particular area of the county to receive consistent single provider residential solid waste collection and disposal. And it is assessed to those residential units via the ad valorem special assessment on their property tax bills. And in this particular fund, this table shows you the revenues. And then this table shows you the operating expenditures. And so for the highlights, the major components of what you're seeing that may be increasing or decreasing in those 3 funds. On the revenue side for the solid waste operating fund, the biggest item is the tipping fee increase of 6% for municipal solid waste, commercial waste, and yard waste. And this is year 2 of the 3-year rate increase that the BCC passed back in March of 2019. The next item is the department is proposing to increase the flat rates for both passenger vehicles and unmodified pickup trucks and vans by $1. And that is to recover all costs associated with transitioning from cash and check payments at the scale house to electronic payments. The department is also proposing to increase the whole tire tipping fees from its current rate of $75 per ton to $110 per ton. This puts us in closer relationship to other entities in the region. Most of the other entities are charging more than the 75 that we're currently charging, and this is mainly to discourage customers from outside of the county from bringing their tires into our facility. We also have a proposed revision to the current out-of-county surcharge. Again, we're trying to discourage customers from outside the county from using our facility. So we are proposing a change, and this change allows us to put this surcharge onto whole tires that would come in from out of the county. And then last but not least, we have interest earnings.
Linda?
Yes, ma'am.
I see where you're talking about the out-of-county surcharge, and you're recommending an increase, but you don't say what that is. Do you know what it is?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Let's see. I'll take you to this user fee table. So it's a modification of the current out-of-county surcharge. Previously, we had in here that the out-of-county waste surcharge would be twice what the normal tipping fee rate is. And so we're proposing to change that and institute a differently worded but similar charge. It's still going to be at the whatever the new tipping fee rate is, but this makes for clearer language that allows us to ensure we can charge this surcharge for whole tires that would come in from out of county.
Where are they coming from? Hillsborough, Manatee, where?
I would have to defer to Paul on their exact.
They can come from anywhere outside the county, Commissioner. Most of them probably do come from Hillsborough, but they could come from the north or the south as well.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for the expenditure side,
Excuse me 1 minute, Linda. I'm sorry.
No
I wanted
problem.
to ask Paul that question on those tires and thing. Determining where they're coming from. If you had somebody that had a business here in this county and went to other counties to collect and bring them back, does that count as an in-county, or are we able to track? How do we track that kind of stuff? Because I would think that would be a very expensive proposition, and you probably do some of that just to get, take advantage of our abilities. So just a quick question.
So very good question, Commissioner. And we've actually have fallen victim to that because of our rate has been so low as compared to our adjacent counties. So
Okay.
the bill of lading, so to speak, that are coming from our businesses within the county, that's what we would see. So if they're actually picking tires up from outside the county and bringing it to their business, it's actually being generated from their business here. So we would not see that. By increasing our rate to kind of stay, similar to what we're seeing around the adjacent counties, that would kind of put a hitch in what they're trying to do and go out and bring those tires here, because they wouldn't be able to dispose of them at a cheaper rate, and it would then cost them the transportation to make that happen. So that's the point of raising this up to $110 to kind of get us into what others are charging adjacent.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Linda.
Oh, no problem. All right, so for the expenditure side of the operating funds, we're seeing a personal services increase of really 0.3%. So essentially it's remaining flat, amounts to $20,000. And that's a result of full year impact of filling vacancies that we have had in FY20. We also had some financial impacts from the Evergreen study for the exempts, and we're also reducing FTE by 2, and those positions are currently vacant. On the operating expenditures side, we are seeing a decrease of about 1.9% or $1.3 million, and that's primarily driven by the operating technical recovery plan projects that are slated for completion. And so therefore, we don't need to continue that funding into FY21. We obviously have some increases in various areas as well. We've got utility services is going to see an increase of about $485,000, and that's mainly driven by City of St. Petersburg sanitary sewer rate correction. The city realized that they had been billing us at an older rate that was too low. So once that's corrected, we'll see a sizable increase in our budget for FY21. Various other things are taking place as well. We're reducing the budget for R&M type items by about $437,000, and that just gets us in better alignment with what we've spent historically over the last few years. For consulting expenses, we are seeing an increase of about $325,000. The biggest piece of that is for the Regional Resource Recovery Facility, RRRF, and it's a feasibility study that's being done, I'll say, jointly between solid waste and utilities, and the solid waste portion of that is about $200,000. And we've also got a waste composition study that will be kicking off or completing actually in FY21, and that is a result of the master plan. We're seeing some intergovernmental charge increases of about $300,000, and that's primarily coming from risk for various reasons: property insurance premium increases, discontinuation of insurance carrier credits, and increase in workers' comp claims. We're also seeing a decrease of $105,000 in various other areas of the department, and that's because we've eliminated the Eco Fun Fest in FY21. We are reducing the number of mobile collection events, and therefore we don't have as much advertising associated with those. And we're going to reduce the number of times that we publish the annual recycle guide. And last but not least, we're seeing a decrease in chemicals of a little over $100,000. And that's for processing cleaning chemicals as we shift to a chloramine product during the pilot study. And then on the Lealman Fund side of the house, the revenues, as I mentioned previously, that's a service assessment. We are proposing that the current franchise rate remains the same at $192 per year for each residential unit. And we anticipate a total customer count of about 7,100. And on the expenditure side, really the only increase is for the contract hauler. Their contract allows them to pass through to us increases each year based on CPI and fuel costs. And then we do have a few COVID-19 impacts that I wish to share. First, on the revenue side, I believe Aubrey previously mentioned that there was a short period of time that the Scale House implemented a waiver of flat fees due to COVID-19. And for the short period of time that those fees were waived, that was essentially a loss of about $43,000. And then on the tonnages that we estimate coming into the facility, at the point in time where we were estimating revenue to include in the budget, we were seeing really only about a 1% year-over-year decrease. And at that point, we weren't feeling that that was material enough and that it would continue on enough to warrant making a change in our revenue projections for FY21. So therefore, our revenue for this fund is built assuming that there will be no change in tonnages that come through the Scale House in FY20 or 21. However, I will point out to you that we monitor the Scale House collections that come through every day, and we'll continue to analyze that. And if and when we get to the point where we see that some reductions warrant us to come back and request a reduction in the tonnages, which would result in a reduction in revenue, we will certainly bring that forward. And COVID-19 impacts on expenditures, we're seeing more impacts for the FY20 estimate due to curtailment of certain events. And as Aubrey mentioned previously, we did reduce the HEC3 mobile events, so therefore our overtime and benefits associated with running those events was decreased, and it's about $9,000. We also saw an increase of about $8,000 this year for increased facility cleanings and the need to purchase protective supplies. In FY20, we are seeing a decrease of about $290,000 related to less costs associated with disposable electronics, hazardous type things, because the HEC facility has been closed for a period of time and we discontinued the mobile events for a period of time. We're also planning to either eliminate some travel in this year in FY20 related to training, either because the training events were canceled or we're able to postpone them into FY20. And then, and postpone them into FY21, excuse me. And because some of these items are getting postponed into FY21, we are now seeing a slight increase in travel and training associated with those events in FY21. And we're also seeing an increase in FY21 associated with processing credit card transactions because we are planning to shift away from cash collections. And as I previously had on the screen, here's the table of our user fee changes, which I believe we've touched on each of these throughout this, this meeting so far today. And so at this point, I will turn it over to Jennifer to talk about CIP.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning. So I'll begin. The solid waste CIP projects are broken into two different programs: Recycling and Education Program and the Site Operational Program. For the Recycling and Education Program, the FY20 estimate decreased from the FY20 budget by about $200,000. That was due to some updated project schedules. The FY21 budget request decreased by about $1.8 million from the FY20 proposed budget, and that was due to the design and construction of a new HEC3 Satellite South project, and that was pushed out to FY22. The overall current 6-year CIP plan is increased by about $700,000. The biggest part of that increase is due to the visitor information kiosks and Claw Monument project, which was only originally budgeted for phase 1. The site operational program FY20 estimate had a significant decrease from the original FY20 budget by $27.4 million. That is due to several significant projects being pushed out into outer years. A couple of those projects was the industrial waste treatment clarifier, the scale replacement, and the sod farm slurry wall project. And that was due to some project scope changes. The FY20 budget request increased by $2.2 million from the FY21 proposed, and that was due to the construction of the sod farm slurry wall beginning. The overall current 6-year CIP plan is increasing by $4.3 million, and that is due to the industrial waste treatment facility clarify project. The scope increased due to now the clarifier will be doubling in size. And the Stoker, Great Gates, boilers, and combustion control project scope increased to include 9 additional boiler tube section replacements. And that is all for CIP. Can I answer any questions?
Yeah, I had a question. Oh,
Sure.
Yeah, Dave Eggers. I was just, for some reason, you forget from one year to the next. We approved the rate increase, the tipping fee, I thought it was 2 years. I heard somebody say earlier it was for 3 consecutive years, 3 consecutive year increases. Is that right? Or is that, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
That's correct. It's 3 consecutive years. We had the first one that started on October 1, 2019. So that's FY20. So
and that was, that's $39.75.
Correct.
And it's going to go to $44.15.
$42.15.
It's up on the screen, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. Yeah, $42.15. Yep. And then it's going to. So we've had a flat rate of $37.50 for a number of years, and in the course of 3 years, we're going to get it up close to almost $45 as a tipping fee. And I just, if you could remind me, because I'm also hearing that tipping fee increase if we lose Duke Energy. So I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on the rationale behind this. I mean, what I'd consider a huge adjustment based on where we had been, and maybe that's why we're doing or playing a little catch up. Just a little background on that. Again, just a reminder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Certainly. So we had Raftellus perform their second year of a rate study that extended out for 20 years, and based on the current scenario that we know is going to be in place, unless it's changed with the power purchase agreement, we will experience a significant shortfall in revenue to the funds at the end of calendar 2024. So assuming that is not changed, that's really the only thing that we can at this point in time, because we don't have any other potential agreements that are on the table. We need to ensure that we have are able to continue with providing the services to our residents and make sure that we have appropriate funds to manage the facility through its lifetime and through its closure. So,
right. Yeah, that jogs my memory a little bit. Because it's certainly from your numbers, we don't need that rate increase if that Duke Energy thing was going on for a while. Regardless of what others are doing, but because that possibility exists after 2024, we're trying to ramp up in a more incremental basis. Is that?
That's correct. And as I recall, the board wished to ensure that these were slow and gradual increases in smaller amounts rather than large spikes at a point in time when we were below threshold.
Yep. Thank you for jogging my memory. Appreciate that.
Certainly. Any other questions?
All right.
Madam Chair.
So,
Yes,
I do.
Mr. Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, before we leave solid waste, I did have one question, just if we could get some clarity on the City of St. Pete billing issue. That's $500,000. Is that $500,000 out of 700,000? Is it $500,000 out of 5 million? And is that $500,000 that we're going to be an increase from here until the foreseeable future, kind of?
go ahead, Paul.
So that's going to be a stair step that kind of takes us to what the new normal is, Commissioner. We're going to be paying that rate going forward because we weren't paying the correct rate for so long. Now, they have not come back and asked us for any past payments, but that new rate is what we should be paying. So that's what we need to be budgeting for going forward.
And what exactly is that service?
That is
Well,
the
yeah. What were we being billed for before, and why the increase? So we kind of have that background.
So we were paying very little, but it's for the water that's being remediated from the Toy Town property. That water is, we need to maintain an inward gradient of our groundwater. So we have several pumping stations around that property, and the water that is pumped out of the ground actually goes to the St. Pete sewer system. And we weren't being billed at that rate, as their rates have been climbing over the years. I think we were paying like a, I don't know, Linda, if you know, maybe a 15 or 20-year-old rate. And they just never have caught it. And we've never caught it. So
I think it was at least a 10-year-old rate. I don't know for certain. I'm looking to see if I can find the letter that they originally sent us, and I haven't been able to get my hands on it yet.
We paid them what they billed us over all these years.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
We finally got a good deal out of them.
I have a couple questions. This is Karen.
Yes.
So going back to the St. Pete rate, is Toy Town in the city of St. Petersburg, or is it unincorporated, and are we paying a 25% surcharge?
that's actually in the city limit. That's Commissioner.
Okay, I wasn't sure. My other question goes back to the industrial water treatment plant. And you mentioned early on in the presentation that FDEP fines. So I thought we had done some improvements there, some big improvements, and especially to the pond. So what's the issue there?
So we haven't been fined. We still operate under a consent order. And that consent order continues on through February of 2021. The issue that we have is we're not able to, we don't have the capacity through that water treatment facility. So the pond's operating fantastic. It's collecting all the storm water and leachate that we need to collect. But we're not able to discharge the untreated water, to adjacent waterways. FDEP will not allow us to do that. They are allowing us to do that under a consent order until we make these improvements at the water treatment facility. And I know Jennifer said that the clarifier that's needed to make that happen is doubling in size. We don't really know that yet. That would be the maximum that we would need. But to save time to kind of get our design and construction underway before our consent order runs out or shortly thereafter, we're planning on the footprint to double in size, but the chemistry that needs to be happening, we don't have enough water really in our pond to do that work. I mean, the dry season, our pond is literally, you can almost see the bottom of this pond. I mean, it's at a historic low, which is good because we won't have to discharge, but bad because we can't get the water chemistry data that we need. So I think in the next month or so, with the rainy season coming, we'll be able to make that happen. That'll determine the final size of what's needed on the clarifier. But I did request that they plan for the worst as far as permitting for the size when they go through and make that happen. If it comes back that it's smaller, then we're not having to go back and rework that by planning on a smaller clarifier. So that's about the best information I can give you on the size of the clarifier that's needed. But that is what we need to do to increase the capacity of that facility. It's just too small on the front end.
Okay. My final question is on page 8 of 22 on the solid waste funds forecast, fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 26. That's in the budget. Yes. Oh.
Oops. And which particular page? I'm sorry.
It's page 8 of 22.
Oops, there. Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Yep, this is it. Whoops, now I got to find it again. So even with the tipping rate increase, it looks like by fiscal year 26, we're in trouble.
Right, so let me scroll up to show you the assumptions, and I'll make this larger so it's a bit easier to read. So for the tipping fees, we have an increase of 6% in FY22 only. Beyond that, we don't have a 6% increase. This would just be the normal, very minimal increase associated with potential increases in tonnage. And the methodology behind that is that we historically do not include revenue changes in the forecast in out years unless and until there has been board action to approve that. And since the board has only approved 3 years that takes us through FY22, we did not feel it would be appropriate to extend that 6% per year out through FY26.
So basically what you're factoring in is the electrical capacity that there's 74.6% in fiscal 25 and fiscal 26, 100% loss. So that you're in this whole assumption, you're assuming that we aren't getting any electrical sales.
Not electrical sales. That's the capacity. This is the capacity that would go away.
Whoops, wrong column.
That's okay. So we would expect that we would still receive some revenue for electrical sales, and increasing very minimal, 0.5%, but our capacity revenue would significantly decline. And so that appears.
Where is that?
You make this, unfortunately, I have to make it a little bit smaller to get all the rows in. So electrical capacity is the 3rd row down. So we see it going from, at its peak, $77.4 million in FY24 to $19 million in fiscal 25. And again, that's because the agreement extends through the end of the calendar year. So this is 3 months of FY25. And then in FY26, it's 0 for the whole year.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could chime in for a second, if we were to take the standard offer contract from Duke for what they have today, that capacity payment would probably realistically be in the area of 12 to 15 million.
Wow.
Not 0, but it's certainly significantly less than what we have today.
Okay, thank you. I guess that really puts us in a spot here. Thank you.
And if I could just add that I'm really glad you asked that question, because this demonstrates the reason that we put these forecasts together and present them to you is so that you make decisions that we'll need to make either now or in the future. So the observation you made is exactly what we're hoping that you're getting out of these forecasts when you look at them.
Hey, Bill, it's Dave Eggers. A question on the, I heard Commissioner Seal ask the question about, I didn't hear the answer, maybe I missed it, but about the 25% surcharge on utilities. Do we pay that to St. Petersburg? Do we pay a surcharge on utilities that because we're in the St. Petersburg city limits?
Linda or Paul, can you address that?
That I don't know, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, we are in the city limits, so whatever we would have to pay as far as franchise fees, that's usually on the power side of things. I'm not so sure that comes into play on the water and sewer side, but I don't have the bill in front of me, but whatever fee that others would pay, we would be paying the same.
Yeah, water and sewer, typically cities have the ability to charge up to 25% church surcharge. And when I was in the city, we often argued that after a certain period of time, that surcharge conceptually we thought should perhaps go away because they've recouped the infrastructure costs that were associated with that surcharge from not, but I just wondered how long we've been paying that surcharge and if we were indeed paying it. So
yeah, that's a question, Paul, is what you say we're in the city limits. So there's no reason if we're in the city limits that we should be paying a surcharge unless it's some type of a payment in lieu of taxes, since we aren't, paying taxes to the city.
Yeah, I just made note of that.
We can find that out for you if you don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we are I'm sorry. I had it in my mind. I was saying we're not in the city limits, but we are paying to them. So you're saying we are in the city limits.
Toy Town is in the city limits. The balance of our property is not.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So that's a question. We need to
find that out.
So this is Karen. So you're saying that the waste to energy plant is in unincorporated. So the bulk of our property is might be subject to this 25% surcharge, which you're going to find out.
Well, the balance of our property, we don't discharge to the city other than just our sanitary sewer. We only discharge water from the Toy Town property to the city of St. Petersburg.
Well, if you can still explore that, I'm just kind of curious.
Yes, ma'am.
About that. And then when Barry just mentioned payment in lieu of taxes, I'm curious about that too.
Well, yeah, I want to break down that. I didn't ask that question, Commissioner, and so I'm interested to hear the answer to that. The piece is obviously if it's just our municipal sewer system for an administrative office, well, that's minimal. We shouldn't be paying it on Toy Town because we're in the city limits, unless there's some other deal structured that I would think we would know about. So we need to find that out. Okay, is there any other questions regarding solid waste? All right.
Well, thank you, everyone. I would like to offer my sincerest thanks to Paul and his managers and staff for all their assistance in helping us develop this budget so far. So appreciate the teamwork.
And I would do the same for Commissioner and the Commission. Thank you very much.
Okay, up next is utilities.
Good morning. I'm Lori Sullivan, the budget analyst representing the utilities department. We also have Aubrey Phillips from the strategic performance team, as well as Erica Mitchell, the CIP analyst, who will be giving the overview. Megan Ross, the director of utilities, is also here. And I'd like to say we've worked really closely with Megan and her team to develop this budget request that we will be sharing. First, I'm going to share my screen and then turn it over to Aubrey to give the performance summary.
Sounds great. Thank you, Linda. So utilities is upgrading meters to advanced metering infrastructure, or AMI. This project has multiple benefits. It will enhance data collection for utilities, provide customers with a more accurate bill, and give customers access to real-time usage data so that they can monitor for potential leaks, thereby promoting water conservation. Utilities also has several master plan initiatives underway that are targeted at addressing sea level rise, flooding events, sewer overflow events, regional solutions to biosolids, waste and asset management, as well as general utilities policies. Approximately 40% of the department workforce is remote capable since the COVID event. Initial performance indicators reveal enhanced productivity from remote workers. All of utilities customer service phone reps began working remotely on March 20th. They've seen no impacts to customers during this transition. And while working remotely, customer service worked with a vendor to implement a upgrade to our customer information system. That went live over the weekend of April 11th. And come Monday, the customer service representatives were able to work as normal within that new system, again, with zero impacts to our customers. This upgrade had several benefits. It helped to automate processes internally and improve reporting capabilities to help the department manage performance within the call center. Utilities is continuing to evaluate and refine their performance measures. They've seen no impact from COVID to water demand. It continues to be consistent with historical usage, and they continue to operate as normal following CDC guidelines. With that, I'll hand it back to Linda to talk about some of the budget impacts that we're seeing.
Thanks, Aubrey. First, we'll talk about opportunities for efficiencies. We're in the beginning stages of installing the advanced metering infrastructure system-wide with a budget of almost $40 million over the next 5 years. We're developing the RFP right now, and in fiscal years 22 through 24, we include almost $13 million annually for this project. Once this is installed, customers will have access to real-time usage data while also allowing monitoring for potential leaks. As Aubrey talked about, we have implemented the advanced customer information system. It allows for the process automation as well as improved reporting capabilities. Utility staff was instrumental in helping to develop this new system, and it was completed ahead of schedule. Communications to targeted areas of the customer base is also possible. A great example being the recent texting, calls, and emails to past due customers to communicate the availability of CARES funds. Moving on to threats facing utilities, most of these are legislatively driven. We do have funds included in the fiscal year 21 budget to test for copper and lead in both schools and daycare facilities, which is being driven by the EPA. There's also state legislation aimed at eliminating land-applied biosolids. And as Linda mentioned earlier in the solid waste presentation, along with solid waste, we were starting a feasibility study for a regional resource recovery facility, which would be used by us along with multiple other municipalities. Another threat we're facing is the elimination of surface water discharge, which is something we currently do at our South Cross Bayou wastewater facility. From here, I'll move on to the budget summary. And as you'll see, we budget for utilities in two separate sets of enterprise funds. We have the sewer funds and the water funds. In the sewer funds, we also include reclaimed water. We do not have any decision packages for fiscal 21, so I'll move on to the budget highlights and start with the revenues. The sewer total revenues for fiscal year 21 are almost $92.5 million, and that's up from $87 million in the fiscal year 20 budget. This includes the approved rate increases for sewer and reclaimed water customers. The water revenues are increasing to about $94.5 million from just over $90 million in the fiscal year 20 budget. The approved rate increase for water for fiscal year 21 is 1%, but that affects less than 8% of our water customers, none of which are residential. If you'll recall, we increased the base rate for meter sizes larger than 3/4 inch only. For staffing and personal services, the headcount for utilities is increasing by about half of a position for a total of 428.9 FTEs. We added one GIS position that we got from BTS, and we also eliminated a part-time temporary position. The increase for our personal services is almost 4%, or a little over $1.4 million. This increase includes the salary and benefit costs, as well as the results of the exempt implementation from the Evergreen study. On operating expenditures, the total for both water and sewer operating expenditures are down over $6.5 million from our fiscal year 20 budget. We have completed several studies or are being completed this fiscal year, the South Cross and the Dunn master plans, the water system master plan, and the water main condition assessments are a few of these. In next year's budget request, we do have funds to begin the study on the Regional Resource Recovery Facility, as well as funds for sewer flow monitoring in the North County. Also, due to accelerated infrastructure improvements we've been doing, we are seeing a downward trend in our emergency repairs, allowing a reduction in fiscal year 21 requests. Our share of fixed costs to Tampa Bay Water are experiencing a decrease as well, as the volume of water that's being purchased by Hillsborough County and other member governments has been increasing. In this fiscal year, we have budgeted $250,000 for property taxes that we owe to Pasco County for the Crossbar Albar Ranch property. We're currently appealing this decision to the Florida Supreme Court, and until it is fully resolved, we are under no obligation to pay these taxes. So we have not included anything in our fiscal year 21 budget request for this. We're also seeing a decrease in the cost of chemicals and other operating supplies, such as valves and hydrants, as well as the cost of pumping and disposal at our wastewater plants. These decreases are all based on historical data. On our capital purchases, this year's budget included $2.5 million for our new customer information system. And as that was a non-recurring item, we will not have that in our fiscal year 21 budget. So we do see a large decrease going forward. As far as COVID-19 budgetary impacts, utilities is very fortunate that we are not seeing many. We see no significant revenue impacts anticipated. We have not seen a decline in our water demand. And for expenditures, we're seeing very insignificant impacts. We did increase our overtime estimate and next year's budget request. The maintenance division has delayed some work that they were going to do this year, but they expect to pick that up later and then more in fiscal year 21. We also have revised the estimate for travel and training in both fiscal years, as many of the conferences have been canceled and more virtual training is being conducted. And that's the operating side. So I'm going to hand it over to Erica now for the CIP.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll be walking you through the utility CIP, starting with the sewer fund. The FY20 estimate is expected to be less by $1.2 million from the FY20 adopted budget due to the shifting of project schedules. We wanted to highlight the two projects listed below, the South Cross Brit facility improvements and Pump Station 16 Park Boulevard Force Main, because they are so large. These two projects alone will be $42.9 million. Construction has commenced on both of these projects and are anticipated to be completed in FY22. The proposed 6-year sewer plan increased by $12.4 million as compared to the current CIP plan. This increase is due mainly to utility relocations that will impact both our water and our sewer funds. These projects include the Starkey Road from Flame Vine to Bryanderry, and 3 new FDOT projects along the US 19 corridor from County Road 95 to Lake Street. Another project driving the increase was the decision to move the Pinellas Park Interceptor improvements forward into the CIP to align with the Pinellas Parks rehab project that they have ongoing. I'd also like to note some projects that were completed in FY20. These projects include the McKay Creek Pump Station and the odor control project at Pump Station 16. Moving on to water. The FY20 estimate for water is anticipated to decrease by $5.8 million from the FY20 budget. This decrease is mainly due to the timing of the advanced metering project, as this was moved out to FY22. This project is now budgeted from FY22 through FY24 with a 3-year implementation plan. The FY21 CIP budget is expected to increase by $2.5 million as compared to the FY21 in the adopted budget. Again, this is due to shifting of some project schedules and mainly an increase in relocations. We also had an increase in the water main improvement project at alternate 19 to Omaha, Nebraska. There was an increase in the Rosary Road project due to the city of Largo expanding the area of that project as well. The current 6-year water CI plan is expected to increase by $13.7 million. Again, this is mainly due to the water components of the FDOT projects along the US 19 corridor and the Starkey Road utility relocations stated above. We also have a couple of city relocations that will impact the water fund, including at the Pasa Grill from 9th Ave to 22nd Ave and Crystal Island Road improvements with the city of Madeira Beach. Most of the new projects consist of the relocations that we've already presented. The only one that has not been mentioned is for the utilities general maintenance building south hardening and bringing this up to a category 4. I would also like to point out at this time that those FDOT projects along the US 19 corridor extend beyond the current 6-year plan. So if you could scroll down a little bit, yeah. As you can see, we only programmed in the expected expenditures through FY26, but these are anticipated to go on into FY29. And that's the CIP. I'd hand it back over to Lori for the user fees.
Okay, as you can see, we have several user fee changes proposed for next year. We would like to increase the metered connection charges to reflect the cost of the meters themselves, as well as the labor needed to connect them. For our backflow prevention devices, these are all installed by the owner, so the only cost to us is the device and the cost of pulling it from the warehouse. We propose to change this fee to reflect the actual cost and a nominal warehouse handling fee. If we approve this change, we can adjust annually as the cost of the device changes. For meter reset fees and water meter tests done in our shop, we are requesting an increase to reflect the cost of the equipment and the labor. We would also like to delete the 2 meter tests for reclaimed water meters, as we no longer perform these tests at all. And with that, we can take any questions and hand it over to Megan for her input.
Yeah, I had a couple questions.
Go ahead.
2 things. First, on those meters, those charges for meters, we're talking about the new meters that we're putting in place. I'm assuming that we're going to spread that cost out over a while. I mean, that's not going to have to be paid the year that it's installed, is it?
Are you talking about the AMI meters that we're installing over the 3 years?
Yeah.
That cost is being borne by utilities at this point. It is in our CIP budget.
Okay, we're not passing that through to the.
Megan, you can clarify, but at this point, I don't believe there's any plan to do that.
Yes, hi, this is Megan. The fees you see here are really for new connections, so new developments.
Okay.
And new connections. So it doesn't affect any sort of meter replacement. If there's already a meter at the home and it's being replaced, it does not apply.
Okay.
That's borne by the utility. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then the second question I had was, there was a reclaim master plan done for North County, or I think it was North County. Maybe it was done for North and South County. And there were some recommendations in there to bring metering and put metering in. And how's that going, first of all? And what other issues or costs that you've identified have come from that master plan, reclaim master plan for specifically for North County? But I thought that was the area that we had done. But.
Yes, that's correct. So we did complete the North County Reclaims Water Master Plan, and we are moving forward with that. So phase 1 were some pumping and piping improvements, which actually, I believe it was just at our last board meeting, the design had been approved for those pumping improvements. So we do have a design firm on board to start that phase 1. The metering portion of that will be incorporated into our AMI program. So the AMI program that Lori spoke about and mentioned, we are bringing our potable water and reclaimed water metering project just together for efficiency to get it all done at one time. So we're preparing proposal documents for that to be advertised, and we're hoping to get that kicked off in fiscal year 22.
And that charges for reclaimed use then will be based on the actual usage instead of just an estimate that we've
Yeah,
done.
so what we were doing, and as you recall, as part of our rate study, we had implemented 2 different rates. So there was one rate for our existing reclaimed customers that do not have a meter, and that's a flat rate. And then as we install meters for reclaimed water customers, they will transition into a rate that it's a combination of a flat rate with any usage above a certain amount will then be at a metered rate. So we want to incentivize usage of reclaimed water, responsible usage, but for those who want to use more than a certain quantity, then it implements into a metered rate at that point in time.
And those new meters, are we charging our customers that fee, or is that being treated the same as the other meters?
I think that's something we're going to have to look at as when we embark on this AMI program, because part of that will be the meter installation cost is being rolled in. We have to install the meters, but also build a network, et cetera. And so we're going to see what kind of costs we get. And, if we can get a better cost by contracting out the meter installation, then we'll look at that. But typically, if we're installing a new meter where there was no meter before, in the case of reclaimed water, that cost would be passed on to the customer traditionally. Yeah. So we're going to look at all that and decide, how to move forward when we get those prices.
And I think, just as an example, I think in Dunedin, they use it. I think they have it was either 15 or 20 years amortization on that cost. So they were really trying to minimize that hit, but just, for what it's worth.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Megan, just
And
talk
if I could
quickly.
jump in to clarify a little bit, Commissioner Eggers, I think what you're trying to understand is whether there would be a per unit charge to each customer specific to the installation of the AMI meters.
Yes.
System-wide. And the intent would not be to have a separate unique charge that shows up as a new billing item specific to that. The intent likely, and we haven't finalized this, but likely we would be incorporating that into our overall fee structure. So when we look at on the sewer system side, the annual increase of 9.5% that we have programmed right now, that's partially based on the full CIP that we have that includes the AMI project. So there would not be a separate unique fee.
Wait a minute, but Bill, I don't think where a meter didn't exist before, I don't think that's correct. Is that right, Megan?
No, particularly with our water meter program, it is built in because our customers have water meters right now, and it's simply a replacement. So that cost is borne by the utility. For our reclaimed water customers, residential customers, they do not have any meters in place. So traditionally, we would charge that initial meter installation to the customer, and then any replacement of that meter going forward would be borne by the cost of the utility. So, but like I said, with the AMI program, we are going to look at maybe seeing if we can spread that cost out over time and also see what that contracted rate is, if we can get a lower rate because of the quantity of work that we're doing.
And so I also asked Megan to look at speeding up that program for the installation dependent upon the bids. The benefits of having an AMI in place are huge to our residents, and having that data and information. I've had customers that are on vacation and they get a leak and they get an immediate notification that something's wrong. So there's some real benefits, to moving forward aggressively on this. We just have to see what the bids are, and I know Megan's looking at those different options for us.
Yeah, and the idea originally was that obviously the ones that were benefiting from it would get the charge for the meter, and you wouldn't pass that into the overall cost of the system, because it used to be like it took 4 homes to have reclaim product for one house, so there would be no reason to pass that along to the other 3 customers for my benefit. So that was the thinking behind it originally, and I don't know what that would be now. But for the new meters, I'm talking.
Just for the meters, right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, keep going. Anything
Okay.
else?
Yeah, I'll just, if there's no other questions, I'll go ahead and close out. Just wanted to thank Lori for the presentation and Aubrey. And in closing, our proposed budget presented to you today reflects our continued goal of providing reliable services to our customers. And I'm confident that the budget aligns effectively with the board's strategic goal areas. Our recent upgrade to an advanced customer information system, combined with our future initiative of advanced metering infrastructure implementation, will allow us to provide the first-class customer services that we desire. On the other hand, our current master planning efforts, combined with our capital program underway, furthers our commitment to investing in critical infrastructure to meet current and future needs. So I just wanted to thank you all for your time today, and we'll be happy to answer any additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Megan?
Yes, one quick one.
Yes, Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, and when I first got on the commission, Megan, there was some concern about the condition of our I think it was more the water lines. How are we doing on those inspections? And I know it's an ongoing thing between our inspections of our water and our sewer lines. And how are we doing on that front? And kind of just a general assessment.
Well, generally, I know we are taking a lot of action on condition assessments on both sides, utilizing technology. In addition, our master planning efforts on the water side, we are right in the middle of our water system master plan, which is going to be addressing largely our horizontal assets, so our pipeline program and our capital program on the water side for our horizontal assets. So hopefully we'll be looking to wrap that up in the next several months and have a really more structured approach to that. On the sewer side, we've been moving forward with leveraging a number of different technologies to gain condition assessments of both our gravity sewer systems and our force main pipelines. And also right now, we are going to be getting a collection of one of our big master plans will be our sewer system collection system master plan, which will be integrating the components of the wastewater stormwater partnership, the strategic areas that the board has supported. And we'll be looking very closely at, SSO plans and an SSO management plan so that we can align our condition assessments and our improvements to our sewer system with specifically reducing I&I and sanitary sewer overflows.
That's great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Megan. Okay.
Okay, and the last department is Public Works, and then we'll go into our capital improvement program.
So to kick us off with Public Works, this is Krishna again. I'm the budget analyst that supports the transportation side of Public Works. And today I have with me Yana, who supports the natural resources portion of Public Works. And we have Aubrey Phillips as well to discuss the performance summary of Public Works. And Kelly Levy will be joining us as well as the director of Public Works. Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
All right.
Great.
Aubrey,
Well, yep, I'll kick us off with performance information. So Public Works continues to refine and develop their performance measures, really focusing on developing outcome-related measures to help drive decisions. They continue to move forward on all of their work plan initiatives. However, a few have been delayed as meetings have been rescheduled as needed to accommodate for impacts related to COVID. Those social distancing protocols have impacted field crews as there was a need to drive in separate vehicles. Public Works was able to borrow extra vehicles from fleet and reassign vehicles from office staff to mitigate those impacts, but did see some loss of production in areas like mowing. There are some projects that have been temporarily postponed as staff moved to tasks that were able to be performed either individually or with two people in light of COVID-19. That work has largely been completed, and those postponed projects need to now move forward. So Public Works is working on a transition plan that will allow them to make progress while continuing to follow CDC guidance. On the revenue side, and I'm sure Krishna will go into this in more detail, a reduction in fuel purchases due to fewer cars on the road and people driving has negatively impacted revenue, and Public Works and OMB staff are working together to evaluate the scope of those impacts on both the budget and revenues and how that may impact the department's work plan and performance. And with that, I'll hand it back to Krishna to dig into some of the nitty-gritty on the budget.
Actually, to Yana. Moving on to the opportunities for efficiencies. Public Works submitted 2 decision packages for FY21. The first one is the data automation project for water quality monitoring. It is a one-time consultant expense of $100,000 funded by the Surface Water Fund. The Division of Environmental Management staff regularly monitors water quality at 52 stream sites and 64 coastal and lake sites across the county. It must provide this data to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Additionally, the collected data is used to inform citizens of the health of the waters for recreational purposes. Most data currently is collected on handwritten forms, entered into the electronic format manually, then collated across computer formats, and submitted into 2 different formats to the state and to the consultant. That process is taking about 6 months long, with multiple staff members involved, and the risk of potential transcriptional errors is very high. Neighboring counties such as Collier and I believe Lee have begun to automate the data collection and the reporting processes, and they have shown the tremendous savings in terms of data reporting turnaround time, the accuracy, the increased efficiencies in staff time. In addition to Lee and Collier counties, Swiftmud and FDEP are moving towards the full data automation as well, and they have already started using it to some degree. As I have previously mentioned, the expense is a one-time $100,000 consultant fee, which will save counties $75,000 annually moving forward, due to the staff hours needed coming down from about roughly 2,300 hours to 200 hours.
Okay. Public Works is also proposing a Public Works Academy internship. And in FY17 and 18, or 18 and 19, Public Works had 27 entry-level positions start and either left the county within 1 year of employment, with 23 of them being terminated or resigned because they didn't have the necessary skill set to perform the jobs. So this decision package is actually a collaboration with the Pinellas Technical College, and those students in the program are in a program to become Public Works employees. They're also required to complete an internship, and so this collaboration would be to complete that with Public Works. There is a potential savings that the county may realize and that would be $3,000 per employee, because that's the cost that the department currently has to cover to get their employees trained with CDL licenses. Additionally, the goal of this is to have less staff time being spent recruiting and training staff if the turnover is reduced.
Additional efficiency for the department is, as you can recall, there was a decision package for FY20 to bring the marine safety program in-house. The newly created marine safety coordinator position was hired for in January of 2020. So far, he has increased inspections, completed minor maintenance that otherwise would have been handled by a contractor and would have been a much higher cost to the county. The boat that was approved to be purchased for that program is set to be delivered before September 30th. It's a little bit later than initially anticipated because the county needs to go through the bidding process, manufacturing process, and the employee needs to inspect the finished boat via the sea trials prior to delivery. Currently, the Marine Safety Coordinator is using a boat when it's available for use from the monitoring program, but some tasks cannot be done from that vessel because it's not considered safe. Also, the tow vehicle, the order for the tow vehicle is in for FY20. The FY21 funding was brought down accordingly. And as per the decision package, the contract services for waterway marker maintenance and inspections of a little over $200,000 is reduced in FY21 since the program is in-house and this line item is no longer needed. Moving on, we have ongoing Acela implementation. Configuration is still ongoing, we've received after the documents were sent out to you, we received the update on the timeline, and due to the COVID-19, the timeline for both the user acceptance testing and the go live has changed. So the user acceptance testing was moved to July, while go live to October 2020. Acela implementation will provide portal to the public to be able to apply online and access the permitting information such as water and navigation dock permits, landscaping decal. It will also provide efficiencies between the departments because the flow of the information between the departments will be automatic.
Additionally, Public Works is working on transferring the right-of-ways to cities. If those right-of-ways belong or are owned by the county and located within city limits, the transportation right-of-ways are broken up into phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is almost complete and it's pretty much simple transfers. Phase 2 require either improvement or funding before they can be transferred. And the drainage transfers are at 25% completion. The Public Works Department also is creating the Capital Improvements Division to consolidate project support staff on 3 divisions, and basically with the intent to improve the capital program and develop and implement standard project management practices, process of improvements, and training that would be consistent across the department.
Moving on to the potential threats and risks for the department. The first one is the lack of necessary property rights along the beach that could result in a reduction in federal funding or the loss of federal authorization altogether. So far, out of 461 easements that the county needs, we were able to acquire 200. We need to provide the Army Corps an update by spring of 2021 on how many easements we have. The county is also working with the Army Corps of Engineers to propose an amendment to the Federal Water Resources Development Act that would remove the easement requirement for most nourished parcels. However, there is no guarantee that the amendment will in fact be seriously considered by the Congress or even go into law. As it stands right now, the cost share for this program is about 62% federal, and the remaining is 38% that is being split between the county and the state, and usually it's a 50-50% split. Moving on, the state reimbursement of derelict vessel removal costs. In the past, we, on the annual basis, the county was receiving $420,000 in revenue from the vessel registration fees. The FY20 was reduced, appropriation was reduced by 1/3. So that's roughly about $140,000 for the derelict vessel removals. That portion, 1/3 funding reduction, is used by the state to supplement the derelict vessel removal grant program fund. So instead of us receiving the funding, now we have to apply to the grant, and we're in the process of applying for the first one right now. The risk is that once the annual state grant funds is used up, there won't be any funding available until the next year. And that may require some other funding sources to cover the derelict vessel removal costs.
The Transportation Trust Fund has had sustainability funding issues. Basically, the revenues are not growing or are not indexed to CPI or anything of that sort. So they're pretty flat, while the expenditures are continuing to increase and causing a large deficit. The fund balance in the fund is pretty much spent down, and we'll see later. But in FY22, I believe the fund runs out of money. Additionally, sidewalk trip and fall claims have trended up, and this is a result of the county sidewalks aging and also the sidewalk inventory increasing. The department is unable to keep up with the service repair requests that come in. In the budget summary, we have a revenue summary, expenditure summary, and a staffing summary from FY17 through FY21. And we'll discuss those further in the budget highlights.
A question.
Yes.
Yeah, that for me, when you say sidewalk trip and fall claims have trended up and we can't keep up with it is not a good answer, is not a good place to be. We just I guess had some issue that we had to resolve a legal claim, and so I would certainly like to see a plan put together that talks about like how many miles of sidewalks we have, how many times a year do they get inspected, or do we have to have somebody fall first, and is it just kind of happenstance, or can we put a little internship program of high school kids together to do some mapping for us? It's so expensive when we have an injury like that it just seems like we've got to be doing something more proactively than we can't keep up. So just a comment from you, Barry.
If Kelly could address that.
There we go. Yep. Yes, we do have in our work plan, we're working on a long-range plan, for pedestrian and bicycle lanes as well. And it's going on right now. We have just completed our sidewalk asset management plan, but that is something long-term that we are going to have to look at.
But Kelly, you not to interrupt, but I'm talking about immediate action to address trip and falls. You just implemented a contract to do grinding where you have identified trip hazards. So how is that in relation to the comment on your bullet about keeping up with those known dangers? How are we approaching that today, let alone getting to the issue of sidewalk replacements and things like that in your long range plan?
Yes, we do have, to the commissioner's point about a map, we do now have a GIS map of our sidewalk assets out there and a condition assessment associated with those sidewalk segments. We do have a $200,000 contract for grinding and basically repair of trip and fall hazards. I think the challenge that we're having is that there's a lot of sidewalk and not a lot of resource. However, we are addressing ADA issues with our paving program as well. So we have that contract that when we are doing resurfacing projects, we are also upgrading the sidewalks and replacing ramps with ADA compliant ramps. So it's going to be a long-term program to look at everything with regard to the sidewalk program and looking at how we fund the necessary improvements.
Yeah, well, I would look for a more aggressive plan there and tell us the kind of money that you're talking about. But $200,000 a year for grinding does not seem like very much at all. And to the extent that we just paid off, I think it was $100,000 claim. I don't know how many of those we have. It'd be interesting to see how many of those that we have and how that's offset with this kind of program. And really not to mention the fact that our, just kind of protects our residents from having some major issues that might come along. So I'd just like to see a more aggressive approach to that program. Thank you.
It's a good point, Commissioner. We'll look at it.
Yes, Commissioner Long.
To Commissioner Egger's point, I agree with everything that he just said. And the thing that I am curious about when the comment was made, we can't keep up with it. Does that mean we can't keep up on it on the legal side? Or does that mean we can't keep up with it in terms of taking care of the problem?
Well, let me start, Kelly, and then you can answer. It's,
Okay.
it's on the it's really maintaining all of our sidewalks. And so whether that is the short-term issue, which is grinding, and they're trying to get a handle on that, as you just heard, and to Commissioner Egger's point, we'll look at this again, because you're right. It makes no sense to. I mean, even just from a fiscal standpoint, let alone from a doing the right thing standpoint, it makes no sense to add a claim and not put that money into fixing more, bad spots within our sidewalks. They have to develop a better long-range plan, not just for improving connections, but also replacing and fixing sidewalks. That's a long range. But you're right. I think we do need to look at this issue about getting our handle on where we have hazards within our infrastructure, and do that immediately while we're working on our long-range issues.
But may I have a follow-up, please?
Sure.
Can you give it, is there a way for you to give us with how many claims there are right now?
I would have to defer to either Jewel or to Kelly on that.
Maybe both.
I can try to handle that. What we can do, we can certainly look at the cases that we have in litigation, but more likely we would coordinate with risk management, because we could very well have a number of claims that have not yet made it to litigation. Keep in mind that before you can file a tort lawsuit against the county, you do have to file a claim pursuant to 768 in the Florida statutes. So we can get with risk management and try to quantify the number of cases. I don't know that we could put a dollar value on the pending cases, but we could certainly get you some numbers on claims that have been settled over the past, year, 2 year, 3 years. We can pick some sort of a time period that might give you a good overview.
And then besides the information that Joel just committed to getting for us, I would also like to know, well, I mean, I just think there's a lot more to this point that we need to have additional information on, because the number of cases versus how many sidewalks or how many maintenance issues are in the pipeline that are critical in terms of they're dangerous and they present a hazard. So surely between those two numbers, it seems to me, we could come up with a priority list. So that's all I have to say on that. But I do think it's an accident waiting to happen if we don't really get proactive on the whole point.
I just wanted,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add a little bit of information for some context. In fiscal year 19 and 20, $3.5 million was transferred from the Transportation Trust reserves into our operations budget, and we repaired over 191 miles of sidewalk and eliminated nearly 23,000 hazards. So that was the kind of work effort that was put in over the last couple of years. We currently have 1,077 miles of sidewalk and 620 work requests for repair. So it's a significant workload, and we have to develop the best plan in order to manage that, because currently, our efforts are just not sufficient to keep up with what's coming in.
But I do want to add on to that, just commissioners, that we need to put more into our sidewalk maintenance program. Like Kelly just said, we've been shifting resources to that, but they do respond to identified hazards. So they do have an aggressive plan that meets our statutory requirements. And so I don't want you to believe that when there's a problem, it just lays out there until the next capital improvement. That's for the grinding contract. That's the emergency repairs where, through settling, something raises up 2 inches and they get out there and they grind it and then they identify it and they mark it. So they do have a program we'll bring back to you to kind of put this in better context that we can't today. But I didn't want us to believe that the things that we know as a hazard aren't being addressed, because they are, and that's a risk management issue. And and we do that, and so I know there are issues. Somebody can run up on something, but we, as an overall program, they do have a program in place.
Yeah, Barry, I just wanted to follow up on that, and I thank you for saying that, because one thing this the last couple of months has done is it's gotten me out walking more, and I have run into a couple of things like that, and they have been the next day responsive, or even that same day responsive. So yes, we are getting that. So we do have that See Click Fix program. Maybe we could get the word out. Even, I know we've done it before, but just maybe repeatedly letting people know that if they're out there with their phone and they see it, they can use that app. They can be our eyes and ears a little bit better. Maybe that's something we can use. As I know we've done that, but just maybe keep doing that, like some more. But thank you.
It's a great point. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner. I agree completely, and you are correct. Our crews are very responsive. When we get notified of a critical trip hazard, they get out there as quickly as possible to address it. So thank you.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, starting the budget highlights with the revenues. Total revenues for Public Works are decreasing by $521,500. That represents 1%, and that's compared to the FY20 budget. We will go through the different funds in Public Works and discuss the revenues according to the funds. So the total revenue for general fund is increasing by $44,570, or 3.6% compared to the FY20 budget. That is attributed to a new FDEP grant reimbursement of about $53,000 for the monitoring of sea turtle nests and artificial lighting. The work is to be performed by 2 or 3 entities under existing contract here. The interlocal agreement with Tampa Bay Estuary Program for Tampa Bay Environmental Restoration Fund. That is the $50,000 reimbursement through the Pollution Recovery Fund, and with the agreement with TBP for the county to contribute $50,000 per year from 2018, I believe, to 2023 to TBRF to cost share for projects in Pinellas County. Philippi Park Living Shoreline Project reimbursement. The county is working towards green solutions for shoreline projects to mitigate for the sea level rise and improve resiliency. A total estimated cost is $256,000 in FY21, and TBRF grant will reimburse us $178,000 in FY21. These increases are partially offset by the decrease in the Federal Restore Act grant vulnerability assessment. The $230,000 anticipated decrease in revenues here. Treasury grant will reimburse us up to $300,000 of the project cost, and there is about $40,000 remaining on the reimbursement. That is why there is a $230,000 decrease. Moving on to the Transportation Trust Fund, it is decreasing by $1 million, or 3.2% compared to the FY20 budget. This is attributed to the non-recurring FY20 Tierra Verde landscape beautification grant reimbursement. The project is complete, and thus the FY21 budget is adjusted accordingly. Total revenues for Air Quality Tech Fee Fund are increasing by $57,850, or 4.2% compared to the FY20 budget. And this is simply to align with the actual revenue that we have been receiving in previous years versus the budget. So the revenue for the Surface Water Utility Fund is increasing by $384,000. Or approximately 1.9% compared to the FY20 budget. This is attributed to the increases in watershed plan reimbursements. The total revenue, estimated revenue for the watershed plan reimbursements is about I think 718. Yes, 718. I believe it's 718 $1,000. And the increase is attributed to such plans as Roosevelt. There is the reimbursement from Swiftmont and Pinellas Park coming in, Starkey Road Watershed Plan, Coastal Zone 5, Burkett Creek, South Creek, and the Clusterman Bayou.
Not to discuss the revenues that were impacted by COVID-19, the transportation cost was definitely impacted, with revenues in FY20 being collected at a lower than anticipated rate because less fuel taxes were collected. We're projecting that from March through the end of September, the loss will be about $3.2 million from what was originally anticipated due to COVID-19. Public Works, General Fund, Surface Water Utility Fund, and Air Quality Tag Fee Fund will see minimal revenue impacts from COVID-19. The Transportation Trust was hit hard, and at this point, nothing is programmed as a decrease to the FY21 budget. What was originally anticipated is still budgeted at this time. The total expenses for Public Works are decreasing by $6.5 million compared to the FY20 budget. The personnel increase across the entire department in all funds is a net increase of $1.3 million. This increase is attributed to changes in salaries resulting from the comp and class study for exempt employees, as well as salary increases for the remainder of Public Works employees consistent with what's countywide. These increases are partially offset by a reduction of 3 EAM FTE. These positions were not added, and the department utilized existing resources to support the EAM needs.
Just a second, I want to just kind of highlight for the commissioners the issues on salary impacts. You're going to see this in several of our departments, but mainly out in our large infrastructure departments. The issue of the implementation of the Evergreen study was inconsistent at best. It's taken us a lot of time to really work on setting up a structure that provides for a fair compensation in not only the structure, but provides incentives through career ladders as they receive certifications. You come in, you get your CDL, you get different types of heavy equipment operator certificates and things like that. That is what the market demands. That'll cut down what they were discussing with earlier, which has historically been a significant turnover at some of these entry-level positions. Plus, it's also a basic argument of fairness. Some of these positions were just paid way too low, and so we've established this structure. We're refining it, and Rodney's working with the departments on rolling this out in utilities and Public Works and several of our different areas, even over within facilities and stuff, that provides a basic compensation that begins at $15 an hour. There's just simply no reason for these positions to be paid lower than that. Right now, it's an entry level at $12.50, and then provides opportunities as people increase their skills. You don't provide if you don't get a certification that adds value to you for us as a county, well, then you don't go up. But if you do, we honor that commitment and we recognize it in our compensation study. This is only a piece of that. We set aside $2 million last year as part of the budget, and so this is ongoing. But I wanted to highlight this because it's in several areas, and it's absolutely necessary for us to stabilize our workforce issues that have been lingering for some time.
Okay, moving on to the operating expenditures, they are reduced by 2.7 million or 7.1% for FY21. For general funds, there is a $779,000 decrease compared to the FY20 budget. There is a decrease of $133,800 for vulnerability assessment project. This is the project, that's a grant. It was inherited by Public Works from the Planning Department. Public Works this year reached out to the consulting project team to get a better estimate for FY20 costs and anticipated workload and costs for FY21. They have already received it, and that allowed us to budget down from the previous year. There is a decrease of $328,000 due to completion of a project in Coastal Management Division of Public Works. And that is the inspection of Pinellas County coastal structures by consultant under Coastal Services contract, as well as there was a temporary position that used to assist coastal management coordinator managing wildlife and other beach-related tasks. And that is about $33,000. There is no need for that position in FY21 due to the efficiencies realized by the division by realigning positions within the division and shifting the duties and responsibilities. As well as I have already mentioned before, the marine safety program was brought in-house, so the consultant expenditures for that program went down. Decrease of $134,000 in repair and maintenance equipment for the Lance Aviation contract. Since one of the helicopters, mosquito control helicopters, is being grounded and utilized for parts, we no longer need that piece of the contract. Decrease of $96,000 for coastal management due to the estuary circulation model USF project that requires less funding. This is a Restore Act subaward project by the University of South Florida. It is to implement and utilize existing high resolution and accurate numerical circulation model for the Tampa Bay estuary and vicinity. The contract with USF ends in December of 2020. There is $29,000 left on the contract from the time period of October 2020 to December 2020. Thus, there is a $96,000 decrease. And there is a 40.
Commissioners, I also wanted to point out, because up above it talked about the decrease because of the helicopter, that helicopter is past its useful life. We are looking at contracting those services out to where we do not have a reduction in service. We're just looking at accomplishing the same task at a lower cost and without the ownership, of that particular helicopter.
Okay, there's also a decrease of $44,000 in training and education, and that is simply to align with the 3-year actuals trending.
The Transportation Trust Fund has about $1 million worth of operating expenditures decrease in the 21 budget request compared to the 20 budget. The following items are what created this change of the $1 million. There's a decrease of $1 million for one-time funding to repair sidewalks. There was a $500,000 or almost a $500,000 decrease in the BTS allocation with the implementation of phase 1 of the City Works project. There were decreases made to better align that historical trends with what budgets are needed. So contingency budgets were reduced or removed, and that resulted in a decrease of $351,000. With the completion of the Tierra Verde landscape beautification, that was a decrease of a little over $230,000. And that was a project that spanned over FY19 and 20. And that therefore, now that it's complete, the reimbursement is for $1 million, even though the expenditures in FY20 were not $1 million. The FY20 budget had a non-recurring portion of the T-BARTA membership, and that was removed. So we brought the T-BARTA membership budget in FY21 to match what was in the FY19 budget. These decreases are partially offset with a $1.6 million increase in the full cost allocation for internal services that are charged to Public Works. And this was anticipated. This was due to changing the methodology of how Public Works internal service division costs are getting allocated out.
Madam
And-
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I'm sorry, I would like to go back to the bullet point where you talk about the non-recurring funding requests of the FY20 T-BARTA membership was removed. I just want to clarify what it is we're trying to accomplish right there, because those of us that have been involved with T-BARTA know that they have a recommendation on the table for pretty serious upcharges in the following years for membership to T-BARTA because of the Vision 2030 plan. I do believe that has been put on hold for the moment, but I really hope that we're not getting into the mindset of removing our membership from T-BARTA.
Not at all, Commissioner. Go ahead.
This is just reducing the funding. We're usually in the beginning of June, we receive a letter from T-BARTA with the amounts that they're requesting for our membership. And so when we get that, we'll look at that compared to what we have in the budget and adjust accordingly.
We already have it, and we will put it,
Okay.
it'll align with their request.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Moving on to Air Quality Tag Fee Fund. The operating expense for that fund is increasing by $15,830 or 6.7% compared to the FY20 budget. The increase is primarily attributed to the full cost and BTS allocations. The increase is partially offset by a $9,500 decrease in miscellaneous supplies for the fund, and that is to align with the 3-year trending, actuals trending. Surface Water Utility Fund operating expenses decreased by $920,000 or 7.5% compared to the FY20 budget. The decrease is comprised of $470,000 in watershed management plans. In previous years, we would budget for the contracts that are not yet signed or simply to the ones that are just anticipated. This year, we went ahead and matched all the plans with what county has submitted to SWIFMUD as the agreements, and we adjusted the budget accordingly, what is realistically expected to be implemented. There is a decrease of $132,570 for ELAM for regional water quality treatment facilities. The previous year's budgets were based on design engineers' recommendation for all systems operating at full capacity, which turned out a little bit on a higher end. The department has been tracking ELAM usage, which is based on the rainfall, and now has enough data to support the decrease in the budget. There is a decrease of $257,000 in business technology services cost allocation due to the conclusion of the first phase of CityWorks implementation project, the same as for Transportation Trust Fund, as Krishna has mentioned. There is also a decrease of $800,000 in effort to better align the historical expenditure trend, and again, to minimize as needed budget requests for multiple line items. These decreases in the fund are offset by a $552,000 increase in full cost allocation. And that is, again, something that is changing the methodology, the same concept as in Transportation Trust Fund.
Okay. Capital outlay is reduced by $1 million in FY21's budget request versus the FY20 budget. $800,000 of that carry forward that was unspent money in the surface water fund in FY19 of $800,000 that was carried over and appropriated in the FY20 budget on top of the annual appropriation of $2.5 million. So in FY20, the revised budget was $3.3 million. And in FY21, it goes back to the annual appropriation of $2.5 million. So $800 decrease there. Additionally, there's $269,000 worth of decreases for capital assets that were replaced in FY20 or are scheduled to be replaced this year because they are at the end of their life cycle. So it could be survey equipment that's become obsolete and at the end of its life cycle, or Motorola radios, that type of stuff. These decreases are offset by nearly $40,000 worth of increases for computers that are being replaced based on the BTS PC replacement schedule.
Based on the amortization schedule for street sweeper leases, debt services decreased by $11,680 or 5.2% for FY21. Grants and aids decreased by almost $300,000 or 60.7%, and that is due to the completion of the enclosed dredging anticipated completion in FY20. Transfer to other funds decreased by $3.7 million or 100% for FY21. That is in Transportation Trust Fund. There is a $2 million one-time transfer to the CIP Project Fund in FY20 for additional local road resurfacing. And there is also $1.7 million transfer to the CIP project for ATMS, ITAS projects that was removed for FY21 due to the COVID-19 related revenue impacts. The constitutional officers transfers decreased by $7,830,000 or 2.6% in the surface water utility fund for FY21, and that is pursuant the agreements with the tax collector office and the property appraiser office.
And the impacts on expenditures from COVID-19 in FY20, Public Works reduced their estimated expenditures by almost $150,000, primarily due to travel and training and conferences being canceled or basically postponed for now. Public Works also opted to reduce their FY20 spending by about $33,000 in various accounts to alleviate the impacts of COVID-19 on the revenues. As Yana mentioned earlier, the FY21 transfer from the Transportation Trust of the 9-cent revenues to the CIP ATMS ITS fund were actually eliminated for 21. As far as user changes go, there were no proposed changes to the user fees in FY21. These were looked at in December and January, and were determined that their rates that are being charged still appropriate. Okay, and I'm gonna pass it over to Kelly. She's got stuff there.
Oh, thank you. I just want to follow up on the comment with regard to not transferring the 1.7 million of the 9 cent into the budget for FY21. It is not expected to impact any of the projects that we have going on, so those will stay on track. Additionally, there was an additional $1 million of Transportation Trust transferred into our operating that was for some safety upgrades that we will not be using as well to again to address the COVID impacts to that fund account. Some other highlights that I just wanted to bring up. The Shell Key report has been received for the Grand Canal and the surrounding area. So we'll be sharing that out with the community. We just received that on Monday. We have projects on our mural program scheduled to start this summer and have a virtual meeting with the community and the artists on June 11th to get community input on the design for the wall at Belcher and Alderman. We are finalizing the software agreement contract for the new control center software for our transportation system. We are still working towards the mast arm hardening project. We had received a notification of a grant from the Florida Department of Emergency Management to upgrade 16 locations. We have not received that agreement yet, but we would look forward to that project. Megan also mentioned efforts with the Stormwater Wastewater Task Force, and we are also coordinating with utilities on our projects where we can eliminate infiltration from stormwater into the sewer system, not only in our projects, but also in our maintenance efforts to try to help alleviate those impacts to their system. I mentioned earlier the trail visioning project, and that effort has kicked off, as well as we're finalizing the consultant agreement for the long range plan for our pedestrian and bicycle facilities. And with that, I'll take any additional questions that you might have, but just a few highlights on efforts that we have ongoing. Any questions for Kelly? I guess not. All right, well, thank you, Kelly.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay, sorry.
So Kelly, and the Shell Key Grand Canal study that's just been done, what, and you're going to get to the public, what are the recommendations, the final recommendations?
It's consistent with what you heard at the presentation with regard to the priority being placed on Grand Canal and dredging that area. We had a conversation at the board meeting and discussed an assessment process. We have worked with the county attorney's office to develop the necessary process to put that in place. The county attorneys are recommending some potential amendment to our ordinances to support an assessment dredging program. So we'll be discussing that. But the next step would be to get back with the community to talk about the process with regard to assessment dredging for the Grand Canal, and to determine if they're supportive of moving forward and following that petition process, because they do have to officially petition the board for an assessment.
Okay, thank you.
I want to follow up on that. What's the timeline on that? Because when I went out, both on the helicopter and on the boat with the sheriff, that has significantly filled in even more than it was last year. And as long as they're quiet titling that, eventually we won't be able to touch it. So what's the timeline? Because time is essential on that one. And once it closes, we can't touch it because those residents will own that dry sand and we won't be able to touch it. So I'm curious about the timeline.
Well, I mean, I'd hope to meet with the community, before COVID, but my plan right now is to reach back out to the Tierra Verde Community Association to determine who the lead might be on for the community as far as the canal goes. In order to move forward with obtaining those quotes and estimates for removal, we need 50% of the benefit area, those within the benefit area, to agree. And then we can go ahead and put that estimate together. Then there would be the process of bringing a resolution to the board later this fall to basically agree that we would be potentially utilizing the non-ad valorem assessment process for this assessment, entering into an agreement with the tax collector and the property appraiser for it. And then providing the community with the formal cost estimate. They would then need 60% of the special benefit area, those in the special benefit area, to agree to be assessed. And then we would move forward with final engineering, construction, and then the assessment would be on their tax bills post-construction.
So
So
Kelly,
we have some steps here.
I was looking for a date on that construction, because it sounds like it's over a year away.
It would yes. I mean, if a lot of it will be dependent on feedback from the community and the ability to obtain a consensus to moving in that direction.
This has been an issue from
to Commissioner's point, and this was the community's point also. How long before that closes? Okay, I mean, that's the heart of it. If it closes, we're done. And so do we have any projections in terms of the timeline for for the canal to close?
I'd have to go back and look at the report, but I think it was in less than 5 years.
So you think a year is still sufficient time and it will not hinder our ability to put this in place because of other factors of it closing in?
Well, I mean, I can't predict what a storm impacts might occur, but under just the general conditions, a year should be fine. But again, a storm could completely change this picture.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
before we get off the subject matter, I'm sure I don't need to say this, but I feel compelled to say, as you know, as someone who's watched that area for a very long time, I know several of you in this meeting have as well. The changes that happened down there naturally, all the way back to 1958, if you want to go back and look at what that whole area looked like back then, are just really almost unimaginable when you think about it. So I do think at some level there's got to be a conversation about how much money we are able to put into these kind of projects when in just a very few years, you're right back to ground zero again, just given the currents and the tides. And I mean, it was striking to me when I was out there last weekend, actually, to hear the deputies talk about this particular area where people were congregating with their boats and they were swimming. And just prior to Irma, which was what, 4 years ago? It didn't even exist. So again, just as a caution that while I understand the importance of it today, I mean, I do think there's a great big picture that has to be addressed as well. And given the way things happen down there with the weather and the predictability this year of how many serious storms we're going to have, I do share Commissioner Peters' concerns about the length of time it's going to take us before we can even begin to think about construction down there. Because given the storms that are, on the horizon to affect us this season, we could be looking at a whole new story a couple of months from now. That's all I'm going to say about that. But just,
Well, commissioners, on this, when we go through an assessment process, it'll have a maintenance assessment to it. And so we'll have the ability to continue to maintain that in perpetuity going forward. So that'll be part of the structure. And to your point, just the permitting necessary to be able to do a dredge would take us some period of time. I think the key is that we do these processes simultaneously to where we're ready to execute a contract, at the conclusion of the assessment process, where we're not waiting. We're waiting a day after, not 6 months, and then starting the permitting process.
And that was really my point, Barry. Thank you.
And I'll work with Kelly on that, and I'm sure she'll school me on terms of processes and things like that. But I hear Commissioner Peters' concern, because we heard it in the community repeatedly, and that's what people are saying. If I got to pay, have me pay. But if this closes off, I lose my home value. I lose the ability of the reason I moved down here. And so I think those have to go simultaneously, to where we have everything in place that when they vote and they do that, which I have no doubt that they will vote in favor of, it's a reasonable cost for the impact, that at that time we're ready to go. And so that'll be key of aligning these.
So maybe you can put us on a path to get periodic updates as we move forward, so we're not just waiting, to find out what the status is.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And to the plan, if you recall, there were also some other measures that could be added on to just a typical dredge. It included some, like T-groin type structures, wave attenuators, things like that, that would reduce the amount of sand or slow it down coming into that area. But the initial focus was keeping it open. And the regulatory agencies were also supportive of that. It was, from a permitting perspective, it was not a huge challenge. And if we proposed any of the more advanced measures that are outlined in the report, they preferred a kind of a phased approach, so that it could be monitored through time.
But the first piece should be the lowest permitting. It should be easily accomplished, and we can worry about secondary measures once we have that clear and we've done the initial dredging.
Yes, Commissioner Peters.
So I want to finish my thought. I didn't get to finish that, and you answered a lot of what I was going after. But if I recall, in the last time we had this conversation, we were going to go ahead and start with that permitting. And it sounds like we haven't. We were going to go ahead and do it simultaneously before, and it doesn't sound like we've done anything. I get COVID came and it kind of threw things out, but this is extremely time sensitive. I get the other pieces are a whole different conversation, but we already said we were going to do this, and it doesn't sound like we have. So I would really like to see that permitting stuff. And even if you start filing for the permit, just because you file for it doesn't mean that you're going to do it. Like if they don't agree for the assessment, but you can still do it. And if you already go through and get that permit, even before you do that assessment, at least the community is going to believe that you're serious, because this has been going on for, gosh, I've been working on this for probably 7-8 years now. And they have not believed that we were serious. And I don't know that they still yet believe that we're serious, because we've been talking about this for years and years and years and years, and that is closing up quickly and quickly and quickly. And please, please, please start moving on that permitting process and everything else that we have to do. Because I don't even want to have to face them if that thing closes. And it closed significantly in a year. And we are going to have to look at the other options, but the other options I don't think are going to be as time sensitive. They are time sensitive, but not like opening up that canal. And we must move on it. I really feel strongly that we must move on it, and we need to gain their confidence back.
I agree with everything you said, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'll work with Barry on a path forward that kind of runs these things in parallel, so that we are not delayed.
Okay. Anything else on that?
Anything else for Kelly? All right,
Okay.
that concludes
I
Public
just
Works.
a quick thank you to Yana and Krishna. I know Public Works is very hard. It's very complicated, and they did a fantastic job, and I truly enjoy working with them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
First budget, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. Do people want to take a break before we get into CIP? Okay, let's take a half-hour break.
I was going to ask what the time frame was for CIP.
Well, CIP, we're going to go through all the projects. You've got the list. So,
okay, so you think that's more than a 40-minute presentation?
It's hard to say. It's how much detail you want to get into, right? This is where we're going to get into the project by project. My guess is commissioners are going to want to talk about specific projects and where they fall. So that would be my guess, but that's a guess.
Okay.
All right, let's come back at 12:30 then.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll either turn it over to Bill or to Jackie, and we will talk about our capital improvement program. She has a brief presentation, and then we can get into the specifics regarding the program.
Okay, I'll get started. Hi, I'm Jackie Trainer with the Office of Management and Budget, and I'll be doing the presentation today for the capital improvement program. I'm going to try to share my screen to show the presentation.
Looks good,
everyone can see that? Okay.
Yep.
All right. So let's get started. So this presentation will focus on the governmental side of the capital improvement program. As you've already heard today, the enterprise projects covered, or enterprise departments covered their projects in their presentations. So the governmental side are those projects delivered by Public Works, Parks and Conservation Resources, Real Estate Management, Safety and Emergency Services. So it's your roads, bridges, drainage, beach nourishment, park development, facilities, radio towers, fire stations, and that sort of thing. And I really just want to take a minute to recognize and thank those departments. Those are the folks that are out there delivering and managing these projects every day, and they really do a great job. These projects are primarily penny funded. The capital plan is a 6-year plan that we update annually. And the first year must be balanced as part of the approved budget. So that'd be fiscal year 21 for this plan. The out years are a plan. And again, we update that every year in the capital plan. The penny is a 1% local government infrastructure sales surtax that's been in effect since 1990. It's been approved for 4 sequential 10-year periods. Most recently in 2017, it was approved by 83% of the voters, and that was for the period of January 2020 through December of 2029. For this penny, which we refer to as Penny 4, we have the county-wide investments of economic development capital projects and housing, which is 8.3%, and jail and courts facilities at 3%. And so how that works is when we get the revenue distribution from the state, those amounts are set aside first, and then it's distributed to the county at 51.75% and to our municipalities at 48.25%. And the idea of that is, you know, the county-wide investments benefits the entire county. We do have some other funding sources within the capital fund. We have the 9th cent fuel tax, which funds our intelligent transportation system projects. We also have tourist development tax that funds the beach nourishment projects. And then a few other smaller funding sources. We get a transfer from the general fund for MSTU paving, multimodal impact fees, provide some funding for transportation projects in those 13 districts. And of course, we get grant funding. The proposed budget for fiscal year 21 in the capital fund is $206.8 million. That is just for fiscal year 21. That's not the 6-year plan. This pie shows the funding sources that I just mentioned. And of course, the penny is the biggest piece of the pie. This slide shows where that funding goes, which functions those projects are in. Transportation being the biggest piece of the pie for fiscal year 21, general government, and then public safety. A couple of the larger projects that's driving these large numbers for 21. In transportation, we have the Forest Lakes Boulevard Phase 2. We're also finishing the Gulf Boulevard improvements for Penny 3. We've got the Pinellas Trail Loop and our road resurfacing program. And then in general government, the big projects there are the judicial consolidation projects at the Justice Center and at the St. Pete Courts facilities. And in public safety, doing some good things there, emergency sheltering, the Reddington Rescue Station, our radio tower shelter replacements, and the Palm Harbor and Leoman fire stations. In the capital fund forecast, we have built in our revenue projections to include some impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. So that is definitely reduced revenue. We have built in the 20 estimate, excuse me, and 21 through 26 proposed plan that our departments have submitted. And we're also asking to build in some new project requests into the proposed budget that will now include all the projects that were on the 2017 list. And I just want to make sure everyone knows what I'm talking about when I say the 2017 list. And so if I can just bring this up, does everyone see that? Is everyone familiar with the 2017 list? I think so. So what we're trying to do is give visibility to all the projects that were specifically called out on that list. And then we also have a couple of other projects that are funded by 9th Sense. We have some ATMS projects and grant funded. But the fund is balanced for fiscal year 21. As I mentioned, it must be balanced as part of the approved budget. And we will look at some funding strategies in a few slides, because after fiscal year 21, we are not balanced. So these are the new penny funded project requests that were also on the what I call the 2017 list. These are the partner projects that were on that list, and we're asking that they be built into the proposed plan with design only. And the reason for that is it's really hard to know in the outer years what these projects will be, what the scope will be, let alone what the cost will be. So this gets them in the plan, gets started, and gives visibility to the county's intent in doing these projects. These projects on this slide were also on the 2017 list, but these are more from the department perspective. And we're asking the same thing, that they get put into the plan, design only, so we can take a better look at what the scope would be, what the cost would be. And we also need to consider if they would have an impact on our operating budget moving forward, because some projects may cause ongoing maintenance or capital refresh and that sort of thing. So it's back to the, if we build it, can we maintain it and operate it? We have a few other project requests that the departments would like to get started on. Now, these weren't specifically on the 2017 list, but in many cases, they are associated with another project. Some of these are design, most of these are design only for now. There's a couple of full project requests on there. And then other funding sources, we do have a Bayside Clinic expansion that's fully grant funded, and a couple of ATMS projects to get started on. So the penny as a sales tax is definitely affected by the pandemic, being sensitive to economic conditions. The comparison here for the revenue is compared to our 2017 estimates. And the reason we used that as a baseline is that's what not only the board is used to seeing, but the communities are used to seeing, that 2017 projections. So the comparison here is, what did we project in 2017 for fiscal year 20 compared to what we're looking at now? And it's looking that like 20 will be about a 10% decrease, 21 an 8% decrease, but over the 10-year period, by building increases back in, the 10-year period should only be reduced about 6%. And our assumptions do include a second wave or a recurrence of the pandemic. So hopefully once we can update these projections, it'll be better than what we're thinking right now, but we did want to build that recurrence into the projections. And they will be updated for the proposed budget, because sales tax is 2 months in arrears. So by the July proposed budget, we would have April's figures and so forth. The other funding sources are also reduced, and I think Kelly mentioned this in the Public Works presentation. Although that funding is reduced as a transfer into the capital fund, these projects can continue as scheduled for several reasons. One, we have accumulated fund balance for them, and also the timing of the projects. And both the beach nourishment projects and the ATMS projects have a lot of grant funding as well. So within the capital fund, really, it is the penny projects that, being the biggest piece of the pie, is what's causing our imbalance. The majority of the projects are programmed in fiscal year 21 through 26, so we're very front loaded. We have built in the recurring projects in the out years at about $42 million a year. When I talk about recurring projects, I'm talking about those resurfacing and sidewalks and facilities and parks, infrastructure projects, and that sort of thing. The proposed plan does balance out over the 10 years, but what we need to keep in mind is this by no means includes everything. As you just saw, we're asking to build in design only on many of these projects, and I'm sure there are many more needs out there that will come forward. We have a list of projects that we know of that we just can't consider right now, but that's something we need to look at every year as we reevaluate the needs of the community and be subject to change. And we'll talk about those strategies here in a minute. And so this is just a graph of the penny over that 10-year period. And you can see that we do have fund balance to balance in 21, and we look like we have a balance at the end of the 10-year period. However, like I said, not everything's included in here. And really what we'll need to consider later on is, as you build projects in, something may have to come out eventually. But again, that's all part of the prioritization. So what are some strategies? We definitely could reprioritize within our available resources. We can work with our partners and our departments, and we'll be updating our assumptions. We'll have our sales tax revenue for March and April before the proposed budget, and can look at that going forward. And each year, of course, we would have that updated. We'll reevaluate the status of our projects, what really is ready to go, where are we at with a particular project. We budget pretty aggressively. We don't always deliver what we budget, just timing for many things, whether it's acquisition or the status of a contract. And so we can look at that and get more realistic schedules and estimates and kind of smooth our budget out. If we do need to do these projects in the early years, or we find the need to keep the plan as aggressive as it is, we do have options for borrowing. We can do an interfund loan, which we did for Penny 3 to get started. We borrowed from the, excuse me, a solid waste loan or solid waste fund. We had a approval for up to 85 million. We only needed 15 million to get started, and we were able to pay that back. Of course, the benefits of an interfund loan are, it's lower borrowing cost. You don't have reserve requirements. The interest accrues back to a county entity, and there's more flexibility in the terms of the loan. And there are other borrowing options as well. But within the penny, if we use the penny for that borrowing or that loan option, we do have to pay it back within the same 10-year period. And the main thing we want to do is be transparent in any of our reprioritizing, whether that's with a partner project or our county projects, is communicate to our citizens why something changed. If it was on our penny promise list, why we couldn't do that. And there are many reasons, just like it was the recession many years ago or the pandemic now. And so with that, I'm that's really the presentation. I had also included the list of projects. And so I don't know if anyone has any specific questions or.
Well, I'm not, this is Commissioner Long. I'm not sure if you can answer them, but the thought occurs to me, especially on some of these projects that, you know, we've run into this issue before where we've made a lot of promises and we keep moving things from one penny to the next penny to the next penny and get further and further behind. So I guess I'm curious about if we have any strategy about how we get on top of all of this going forward.
Well, Commissioner, you'll see that the projects that you promised as part of that 2017 list are within that 6-year period. And you know, I give staff a lot of credit because they've been refining this and working that because there's a lot of need, both the maintenance of the infrastructure that you don't necessarily see, the public doesn't necessarily see, but we know we need to maintain that. But we also know we made a promise to the community and we need to deliver on that. And so you're not seeing any reduction in that. And part of it is because we're, you know, obviously you were kind of into the recession last time. And so you had to kind of make, we just started collecting this in January and we're already seeing a reduction. So, you know, to the conversation you and I had played out the other day, the economy may recover. So part of this is going to be a work in progress. And we may have to adjust strategies over the years to be able to deliver on the promise that we made to our residents. But those projects are in your plan. They're in that first year, 6-year period. When you go back to the residents, the idea is we will have delivered on what we said. We may have to reprioritize. We may have to, you know, take things off that we think need to be done, but we still need to deliver on the promise.
Thank you. Yes, and if I can just give you a comparison to the beginning of Penny 3, the impact from the recession. When we did the Penny 3 education campaign in 2007, and then by the time we went through the recession and started Penny 3 in 2010, it was a 25% decrease in revenue. So it was a major reprioritization on the projects. And, you know, unfortunately, it was the nice to have projects, the parks projects and the community projects that really had to take the hit because how do you have to deliver needs. So that's just in comparison to this is not, so far, not nearly the impact as what the recession had on Penny
3. Commissioner Walsh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank Barry for making this a searchable document. And you know what I was searching for, right?
So yes, I checked that before it was sent out to you. But I didn't make it searchable. I give that credit to staff.
It is searchable, and when I put in 22nd, it took me right to 22nd Avenue South. And I think it's just vitally important that we keep those promises. As you know, there's several carryover projects. Now, in this one, it's really small font, but it's 3,800,000, and that's the new scoping for that project for sidewalks and roadway improvements to get it up to speed. It was much larger than that, but we've scaled it down over time. Is that the total for it? And if you don't have it now, you can get it to me later.
I do, and actually, I had all this yesterday. I had my cheat sheet out on some of those projects, but yes, as far as I know, that is completing that project.
Okay, and that does not include a lane reduction.
I might defer to Kelly on that one.
No, we're adding a left turn lane into Thurgood Marshall.
Yes, beautiful. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, staff. This is really great. I mean, just it's so well. First of all, user friendly, but just very clearly outlined. I like the idea of moving those 2017 from the 2017 list. I'm assuming that's probably some of the 25% that we lost in revenue during that 10-year period, that we just didn't have the funds and they got prioritized out. Most of that is from that, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say most of it is, but I would definitely say they were repeat requests from Penny
Okay.
3. So whenever we asked for those requests during the 2017 education campaign, definitely they were some repeats of that.
Okay. And then I mean, before we get into some of the details, I was just noticing like the rec centers for Tierra Verde and Palm Harbor. I just saw like $1,200,000. Am I missing another place for these rec centers? Because that's not enough money for the rec centers, clearly.
They're doing
Yeah,
the
no.
design.
Yeah, this
Where
is
is
design
that?
only.
What? Say that again?
I'm sorry, this is for design only. We want to get it built into the plan for the design so we can get a better idea of what the scope and estimate would be. It's difficult to say right now how much that would cost. So just to build in a X amount of dollars, departments really like to do like a preliminary design and get into what the project really is.
Well, I mean, you could say that about a lot of the road projects that are in here too. They've got some estimates, I'm sure. I get a little bit concerned when you don't have any like at $200 a square foot, you're talking $5 million for the Palm Harbor Center and, you know, that kind of thing. So it's significant money that we don't even have in here anywhere. So as soon as we start to, again, you say we're not even in balance already. In not the outer years, every year past year one, not having anything in here, even though there's you could have an assumption or parentheses that says this is assuming $200 a foot, and well, that's what and so how much of that type of thing is not in here in this whole document, because a lot of these projects haven't been priced.
Right.
And we see $1.3 billion and there's a lot that's not even included. So I'm just curious.
Right. Yeah, and that's really back to the point of, it looks like we have fund balance at the end, but we need to consider building in the construction for these various projects.
But they're, on the roadway projects, a lot of them where they have the preliminary design where we have control over the project, they do have money for the actual construction. So, if you kind of look through there, you can see out years. So you have money up front for do the design and then a projection of what that cost would be. On these, they don't have preliminary design. So we'll have to do that scope before we set that amount. You had overall amounts in the 2017 document for a category of projects, but not specifically for each individual project. So important to get that scope, and then we're going to have to see how that how the overall need prioritizes them, so we can project those into the out years when the construction would occur. That'll allow us to get a little firmer idea of when we can do the actual construction. Is that in year 3, or does this one have to wait till year 5, and will allow her to smooth that out somewhat. And figure out a strategy in terms of how to complete those projects.
So you're saying if you see construction size dollars in here, that they've had preliminary engineering done on them?
They've had something. So like the projects over in your road projects, they've got a scope for that project. So they've got, and of course that's an internal road project. So we've looked at it. We probably haven't done the soil borings. We probably don't have so that's still an estimate, not a construction document, but they have a preliminary engineer's estimate that allows it to go on. We don't have that with like the community centers and stuff.
Well, it would certainly, I mean, because there's some latter decade projects in here too that I'm sure we haven't done the engineering on, or I would venture to say we haven't. So it would sure be nice to know, in addition to these dollars that you're showing here, like how much else are we talking about? Again, I know it's assumptions, but $200 a square foot for a community center is probably low, but at least that's 10 million that's not in here for that one project. And I just wondered how many of those projects there are.
And we have very preliminary estimates even of what was submitted, if you will, kind of on a wish list in 2017. So trying to build in what was included on that list is difficult to say, well, do you build in 10 million for this and then you really only need 7 million? But when you put it out there and you put it in the plan, then is the expectation that it's $10 million. So that's why it's really beneficial to get a preliminary design and get a better idea of the scope and the estimate of.
Yeah, and Jackie, I get that. I just, I see a lot of these projects, even the High Point Community Center, the Tierra Verde and the Palm, just as an example, those 3 centers are significant dollars that, isn't in here. So if we're balanced at all, then we're out of balance already. Anyway, that's a concern. And how are they going to get slipped in to say, I think the Palm Harbor one's looking at fiscal year 24 or 23 for 10 million, let's just say. Now does that mean something that we're looking at now probably gets bumped?
No, I mean, they know what they submitted originally, so we have an idea of the project, but we've got to scope it. We haven't worked with them necessarily in terms of, are we going to make the gym floors made out of gold, or is it going to be a prefab, and what's going to occur? So that needs to occur. But we know we do know that we've got that project out in those out years. Part of it is going to be then looking at all of our different projects. One of the things I noticed with what Jackie was talking about is everybody's very aggressive on their projects, and I'm talking both internally and externally. Everybody says we're going to be ready next year, and they're not going to be ready next year. And they can't manage, they can only manage so many capital projects at one time. And so it's a constant kind of revolving and reprioritization as they start down that path of preliminary engineering and refinement of when a project will actually be ready. On road projects, half the time you're waiting on utilities, you're waiting on things that we don't necessarily control. And so that's the reason she's got those. We haven't plugged in an exact amount, but we know we will plug those in as they refine those numbers as part of that each year evaluating when everything's going to come due. And then that also gets into the cash flow issue in terms of, okay, if all these things are coming due, but we don't have enough cash, do we want to do an intergovernmental loan, in order to be able to allow these projects to advance and pay it back later?
Yeah. And Barry, I understand that this document is a great document, but it's going to be requested by many people to see where their projects are, where they're estimated to be. So when I look at the Palm Harbor Recreation Center at $1 million in fiscal year 23, that to me is design cost. You're probably not talking about till 25. Now, there was discussion that was going to perhaps help us with a shelter space during hurricanes. And so what I'm seeing that's not a priority. That's going to be mid-decade. So we've kind of in our mind said that doesn't fit for a hurricane shelter.
Actually, they proposed it as a hurricane shelter. Our emergency management hasn't even looked at it. That'll be part of this initial engineering and look at that to see how that fits within that. That would then help us in terms of where it's prioritizing. So if in fact, emergency management and them, they say, yeah, we need this as a hurricane shelter, this is a priority. Well, then as soon as they get the preliminary design, maybe that's in the next year's budget. But maybe it comes back and we look at it and they say, actually, it doesn't fit. Well, then maybe that's something we can do in 26. That's where we're going to have to work with each community partner, because I will guarantee if I ask them all, they would all want their projects to be next year. And so I don't think it's in any way delaying it. I think we've got to work with them, and we haven't done that up to this point. We've got to get into that initial design to be able to.
Well, I know that discussion has been had already. It's been proposed. It's been discussed. One of the things that we've had concerns about with these the hurricane shelters is that they're in schools, and so when we want to try to get folks back to school, to have them at least certainly our special needs shelters in places that don't require that the schooling. They can get those cleaned up and back in service sooner. was the idea. So I think that some of that thinking has gone on that we're not necessarily privy to. So I just like to understand what staff's thinking is on all this at some point, because some of these projects clearly, to me, again, need to shift around a little bit. But anyway, thank you.
On that one in particular, I mean, step-down shelters are a huge issue. I know this because I've lived it for the last year and a half, or at least since last year, since we went through the trial run for a hurricane for me. But in that particular case, having larger facilities from a staffing standpoint is critical. So the larger facilities, but what we've also known, and I know Kathy has staff working on it full time, and they got a little bit bumped back with that. But looking at how can we use step down shelters, and like you say, either step down shelters or alternative shelters to larger schools is part of that strategy. So that would be part of this review process. And I know she's had discussions with this. I just haven't been party to those.
Okay.
And if I may add to that, what you're looking at is actually a 10-year penny plan spreadsheet. The capital program is 6 years. And so when we publish that with the approved budget, you'll only see 6 years of the projects, and it will show it by design and construction. So if you're okay with building those projects into the plan, it will specifically show that that is for design.
That 6-year plan will be presented this year, of course, with our budget.
With the proposed
the details
budget.
will be in there, and we can talk about things that are in there that we don't think should be, or things that aren't in there that should be, as we approve a 6-year plan.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So when we see the 6-year plan, we'll be able to, it'll have design in 1 year, building in or whatever the stages of construction are. They'll be broken out rather than trying to guess.
Right, but for example, the ones that we're asking to be built in right now is design only. When you see that in the 6-year plan, it will be that design amount. It will show design for $1 million in 23 or 24, whatever it was.
So to the commissioner,
But then it will also maybe by that time have an estimate of the cost for the building itself.
Not for this year, unless that's what you're requesting.
I think I've heard that a couple of times now from commissioners. Could we put that in an out year and not put it in a particular year, but put it in, at a future point, and it gives them an idea of that, even if it's what was originally requested? And
yeah, I mean, we have that information of what was submitted.
So to Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Gerard's point, we could put that in and not necessarily in a particular year, and that way at least you see the overall cost of the project, which is, I think, what you were asking for.
Mm-hmm.
If I can suggest that one other strategy for doing that would be to include that information in the description, and the reason for that, and state it clearly as this is what the request was, but it's still pending the design work. And the reasoning behind that is, as Jackie had noted, we don't want to set an expectation by having it in the plan formally, so to speak, with a specific number in there, because then the expectation is that is the number and that will always be the number. And that's been our experience to date. It doesn't mean that's our experience with every single project, but that has been our consistent experience. And managing expectations is so important in working with our partners.
Well, I guess so, given past history, which is the only kind of history you can have, is, sorry, that was redundant, sorry. If the number's not in there for the construction, that is a message. I mean, I think in terms of managing expectations, that's a message in itself. It's like, we haven't even guessed how much that's going to cost yet. I mean, I believe that's what Commissioner Eggers was trying to say, that if you leave it blank, that says to me, you're not doing it, even though we intend to do it.
Let us figure out how we can incorporate that and maybe asterisk it or something, and a footnote down at the bottom, say this is just the preliminary request. And the reason is because, I've been doing this a long time, and that's exactly what happens with, to Bill's point, is somebody says, oh, I want $1 billion for this. And, we haven't even designed it. And then they go, well, wait a minute, you've been promising me $1 billion for 4 years. It's been carried forward 5 years. Nobody remembers that it was just you know, it was a swag at the beginning, and there's this expectation that that part of the piece of the pie is theirs. And I think that's his concern. So if we can footnote it as to, you know, what that is, but at least we have the projection into the overall capital plan, which is, I think, what the commissioners are looking for.
Well, even if we under project, so we, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we're not building those expectations, so reduce the cost a bit, but it will give us some broad idea what we're dealing with. I mean, I know you say everything's paid for, but we don't really know that yet.
Yeah, Commissioner Gerard, you made the comment. I mean, I'm looking at the centralized Clearwater office building intended to consolidate county functions, and we have 100 million in the budget. I mean, and I'm presuming that hasn't begun the design process.
Not at all.
So we have a placeholder. So that's the same kind of thinking. But are you thinking more of this kind of issue with regards to external faced projects?
I think so. To your point, I think so. I think they're not worried about to put 100 million into the office building because we control that. We don't have any expectation on that, as opposed to, you know, outside organizations where there's an implicit promise, and before you even get into the scoping of the project. So I think there's a way of incorporating your concern. I really do. I just think we need to think through how to asterisk that and message what, you know, where we're at in that process and the refinement.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Seal, sorry.
Thank you. So a few of my points are going to be, I can see why they did what they did. There's streets, there's parks, there's community buildings that all don't have a budget there. So it's not, there's very few that they actually put in a capital budget. So that being said, we're going to be way out of line as far as our budget going forward. So we are going to have to make some hard decisions. I'm going to piggyback on Commissioner Welch. In my opinion, the projects that have been on previous penny lists should be done first.
I agree.
And I'll go back to Belcher and Gulf to Bay. That was in the first penny. And it's shameful that we have not done what we need to do there to make it safe. So I'm not calling it out on you, Barry. It's, you know, it was because of previous decisions. Another question that I have is Gulf Boulevard. I know we not only have 35 million that we made a promise, but now there's an additional 7.9 million.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hardly hear you. The 7.9 million, if I heard you correctly, is the leftover from Penny 3. You may recall we passed a resolution to allow them to finish their projects through the end of fiscal year 21. So that's just finishing out the Penny 3 portion.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. That gives me better clarity. And at some point, I know we need to get an update because we were trying to complete all of Gulf Boulevard at one time, and we haven't talked about that for a while. And we don't necessarily have to talk about it today, but at some point in the near future, we probably should address that.
I could give you an update on that if you like.
Okay.
So on the Gulf Boulevard project, as you, I think you're aware, we did work on scoping the project. The project estimates come in at between 41 million and I think 47 million. Don't hold me to that number. But the point being is significantly above the 35 million that we had originally projected. And that 35 million actually is 33.75 million because of commitments to Clearwater and one other community, I forget, where they'd already done their project. So the Indian Shores, yeah, I couldn't remember. I didn't want to say and be wrong, but obviously, and so we put that back on the Big C, you know, and said, how would you like to proceed? Do you want to cover that? Because, or do you just want us to give you the money divided out in the same formula and then you decide? So we've kind of placed that back on them. I think the outcome, I think they're going to choose to just take the money and then they'll incorporate it as they do projects. But the only way to get the cost down is to do it as one single project. And we were incorporating other design work, and that way it lowered the unit cost, as we get in, we do sewer work and other types of things. Raheem worked really hard on that, trying to get that cost down. And so it's really in the Big C's hands right now, and Brian has been working with them on that. But I don't believe they're going to want to cover the, and what's going to happen, cost escalation will kill the project if we don't act quickly. Because we're 41 million, that means it's 43 next year, it's 45 the next year, it's 47 the next year, right? And you got to go to midpoint of construction. So we've got a real decision to make, and that's got to be made, this year.
Okay. Another question I had was on the High Point fields. It shows fiscal year 20, 100,000 and fiscal year 21, 150,000. Are we still proceeding on that, or where are we with that? That was for the recreation.
Yeah, I know. I just don't have a good handle on that. I have to get Brian in here to, I think, answer that. Brian or Jackie.
Yeah, I had talked to Brian about that. It was my understanding, I believe there was some, they were looking for some state appropriation for that, and I don't think that went through this year. So I think they were kind of back to what's the next step.
Again, I'm just going to point out, this has been a project that's been a long time in the pipeline. So we need to, there is no recreational fields in that entire area. So perhaps we need to look at if there's any balance in the MSPU recreational funds. Maybe we need to look in another resource.
They were looking at that. They were also looking at CDBG. So, but I know they're working on that, but I don't have an update.
Okay. And finally, this is not in the list, but I brought it up before. We are going to have a major problem when the Bayside and the Roosevelt connectors are done at Drew Street and McMullen. It's already a problem, and it is going to be, I'd like to know if we are starting to work on it, because it's going to be, it'll be a bottleneck.
Kelly, do you have any insight into that?
I don't, but I'll check with Tom to see. I have not received an update on that. I'll get it for you.
That's it for me for now. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You guys done?
Sorry. Commissioner Eggers, I avoided.
Just real quick, I think to Commissioner Seal's point, I was looking at that penny for Pinellas where we're looking at, 915 million over the 10 years, or about 90 million a year. And when you look at the back page here, you're seeing from 195 million, even in the latter years, you're at 83, 71, 69. So you're probably $500 million over in projects, or $400 million over, based on the estimates that we originally did at $2 billion for the entire penny over the 10 years. So that's going to be a major thing. The other thing I was going to ask you, and I know I saw it in here, and I was trying to find it for conversation, but the East Lake Road from Tampa Road all the way up to the county line. Where is that? Is that? Oh,
under design. Yeah,
I see it.
It's in here.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the conversations we had. It's like, okay, guys, it takes 4 years to build a road. You're going to go back to the voters in 2027. Be nice to have the road done before you go back and ask them for a vote. So we were trying to incorporate all those promises, and they're working on that. That's going to be a challenge if our economy doesn't recover in terms of funding all these different things, to your point you just made. But we know we've got to meet our commitments. And and I'll be honest, the other one is with affordable housing. We've made that commitment, and we've got to be able to deliver on that. So
yeah, that's one of the projects that we're asking be built in so we can start on the design.
Mr. Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In that community vitality area, there's 3 or 4 different lines that kind of touch on the county facility a joint facility, a new facility. And I didn't know if you wanted to take an opportunity to give us an update of where we are with all of that.
So we began the space planning project and boom, COVID hit. So, you know, and actually they were getting all the preliminary information, how many square feet we have, who does what, you know, how are we organized, all those various things that you really need to do to do a good long range space plan. And then we got hit, you know, with the COVID issue. So they've, and I've actually asked them to continue to build that out and get us in a better position to where really by the first of next year, I want to slow this down a little bit. And the reason is because I'm not sure we're going to operate the same way that we would operate, you know, 3 months ago. And so I want us to kind of think through that. I mean, I've had this same conversation with our constitutional officers and what they're seeing and how they're operating and things that we always made as a counter-based operation that may not go back to being a counter-based operation. And so we're trying to figure that out. And I think we need a little time to do it. So I think we can continue to get us in a position to have conversation about what our needs are, but it may take us a little bit more time to refine that. We were going to complete that by the end of this year. And now I think we may need to drag that out a little bit longer to where we can find what that new way of operating is.
Okay.
It may not change a lot, but it may change some. I mean, we had 700 people working from home, for instance. We would have never had 700 people working from home 2 months ago. We would have never allowed that. Now, so does that change it? It may be every single one of them need to be back in the office, but I just haven't had the chance to have that kind of conversation with our department heads.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Peters?
Yes, I wanted to just bring up the subject. We were going to move all the equipment, right, for the 23rd meeting. But since the governor extended that through the end of June, and we don't meet again until July 16th, is it worth moving all that equipment when a month from now, everything may be open and we're already at groups of 50? Is it necessary to move all that equipment instead of just doing that one meeting, because it's really for one meeting, and then we're off for 3 weeks? So would it just be better, just curious, if we just did this for that one last meeting and then plan on, there's a good possibility we'll be right back in our own chambers and our own offices without having to go through the expense and the work of moving all the equipment for the 23rd meeting when we don't meet again for 3 weeks. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. As long as the governor did that order on Friday and extended the virtual meetings through the month of June, you know, it may be worth, people know how to do this now. They may not travel all the way to that facility. It's a lot of work to make people communicate without traveling to that. A month from now could be very, very different. I just want to throw that out for thoughts and conversation, particularly you, Barry.
Well, I'd like to opine on that. I'm not in a big hurry to meet sitting 3 feet apart from each other. And I think this is going to be a new normal. I don't think we're going to be going back to the dais sitting right next to each other. This virus has not gone away. It's still out there. People are still doing their thing, but it's still there. And I'm not interested in catching it. So, Barry, would you like to?
Well, a couple practical things. One, I thought I had direction, so we've already set up. And two, we've already advertised the public hearings to be out there, and I require a 10-day notice. So,
we did that for the 20. I thought we were only doing that for the 23rd.
I did.
So
yeah.
The 23rd is more than 10 days away, so you couldn't have notified that already.
We have to place the notice with the newspapers well in advance of the 10 days to make sure that it runs. Plus, they only run on Wednesday and Sunday now, so.
Yeah, they only run twice a week, so we had to get them in where you have the number of times in the 10, know, so it actually takes.
All right, well, again, I didn't know that, and I didn't think it was worth it when we're off for 3 weeks, and I just didn't think it was worth all that effort, but enough said.
Well, from our idea, we were just setting up for this next year, and I thought that was, kind of the direction. So that's the reason we set it up that way.
Anybody else have a comment on that? All right. What else?
Well, this was it. I mean, we can go through any particular projects. This is the first you're seeing it. You can see the projects by year. We'll make the adjustment, you know, as we just talked about. You can dig through this and ask. I think some of the things I've heard today, you know, I kind of knew, but you know, it's actually a good point. You know, if these were previous promises, I'm not going to know that from a particular road project. Kelly may or may not. So if there are things that were in a previous penny that we never delivered on, and you know, and we can look at those types of things. We can, so you know, any comments on this and the structure is welcome. That way we can try to refine this and get this in a point where we're all comfortable in the way we're delivering on our capital projects.
Sure, Eggers.
Yeah, so we've got the first year of the CIP, and we know that has to be balanced. We know that this 10-year penny plan is far from balanced. The 6-year CIP, what do you anticipate those second through sixth year being? Like at 125% of balanced? Because certainly you want something a little closer. If we're going to do more, the plan to borrow, you know, from some source. But I just curious what you're thinking about in the CIP itself that we approve with the budget.
Go ahead, Jackie, how you're approaching that.
The CIP itself is 6 years. So basically what you see for the 6 years in the penny, that's what will be programmed into the capital plan. So I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Maybe I
again,
can help with this. If you'd like. So there's no intent that we're going to balance the 6 years. The intent is that we balance the first year only.
Right.
And as Jackie had noted earlier during the presentation, and just to reinforce the point, we typically are very aggressive in our project schedules and expectations in the way that we budget. And a great example of that is, as she noted, back during Penny 3, when we authorized $85 million to be borrowed from the solid waste fund, we only needed 15. And that's because of the fact that when we map out that 6-year plan, it's based on the estimated project schedules and spending based on those. When we have delays in the project, which is pretty common, the spending plan looks entirely different. And while the projects are shown in years 21 through 26, they may end up in reality being done more like 21 through 28. And that extends how we're going to spend those dollars. So every year we reevaluate what our actual resources are, and when and if we do need to borrow, we would actually implement a plan to be able to make that happen. We're not going to hold up a project because we don't have money in hand on the date that we need on the actual date that we plan on doing the project. So the fact that we're not balanced for 22 doesn't mean we're not going to do the projects because of that. It just means that if we get to 22 and we've actually done 100% of what we planned on in 21, then we'll borrow money to be able to make that happen. It's important for us, as Barry noted, to make sure that we deliver on these projects as quickly as possible. The community wants that. The community needs that. We made a promise to the community. And one of the things that we talked about during the Penny education campaign, if you recall, is the question of why did we go for a vote 3 years before the actual authorization period would start? The reason for doing that, one of the reasons, was to make sure that we could plan ahead and start to execute earlier in the Penny program. So it is absolutely front-loaded. That's our intent. If we need to borrow to enable that, we will do that. If our historical experience comes to pass, the borrowing would be much more limited than it might look like today. And as far as the full 10-year penny, right now the full 10-year penny is fully balanced and does have capacity for some level of additional spending on the things that are design only. Maybe not all of it, but certainly some portion of it. And as we've noted in every presentation that we've delivered to the public, to you all, internally, to our partners and stakeholders, we've tried to continue to reinforce that there are an innumerable number of needs. We can't fulfill everything. We're going to do the best we can and prioritize to make sure that we meet the most pressing community needs And over that 10-year period, and really it was a 13-year period when we put together the 2017 list, we're going to reassess every year what the needs actually are. Because when a pandemic hits, for example, and Barry noted this as it relates to the space study and the office space needs, things may change and our priorities may change and our needs may change. And we need to be adaptable for that. So that's what the strategy that we're trying to implement and we have implemented in the past allows us to be able to do effectively. And I'd personally like to think that the 83% voter approval that we had for this is a demonstration of confidence from the public that we have met their expectations substantially, and the things that we're doing that have improved on our past experience will continue to allow us to do that.
So just to follow up on that, I appreciate your comments. You said the 10 years are fully balanced. So I just want to make sure that then you're estimating between the countywide investments and the county dollars together, that's estimated at about 1.37 billion. That's what we anticipate bringing in against the projects that you have here. When you say it's fully balanced, I just want to make sure I understood what that meant.
If you take a look at the forecast page that Jackie provided as part of the presentation, which is on slide 14, and I'll bring that up. Sorry, I was using the space bar to unmute myself and toggled off of it. So I apologize for that. So if you look at this, what you'll see is that, as we noted, we're front loaded early, not balanced early on in the plan, but at the end of the plan, it shows that there is a fund balance available. That fund balance that's available that you're seeing in these 2 last years provides us some capacity, not necessarily all the capacity, but some capacity to fulfill some of those design-only projects as we go forward. How much we can do, we're not sure yet, because that's the point of doing the design, to understand what is the true scope and cost of that project. And as we continue to move forward, we will make adjustments to other projects in the plan. And it was highlighted the $100 million for the central campus, so to speak. Whether we spend $100 million on that, that is certainly far from something that we know at this point. So there may be capacity there and in other projects to continue to meet additional community needs as we prioritize through this period.
Okay, so this form, this package that you put together that shows 1.37 billion over for those 2 areas on our penny that we've talked about in the past. Obviously, the estimate right now is for estimated revenues higher, pandemic aside a minute here, than $2 billion. And so, because this is saying that we do all of this, if it goes to that slide right there, then we are going to have extra money after it's over.
If we did not implement any other project and all of the projects proceed exactly as they're reflected in the plan that you have before you, yes, we would have money left over. But that would mean that the projects that say design only weren't actually constructed. And that's not realistic either.
Right. So when you put those in, it's gonna come closer. And when we add the projects that we just discussed, we can reflect part of that in that overall number. But that's the reason they do this 6 years, because it's always rolling, and the revenue estimates are going to change.
Yeah, and then I'll one more question, then I'll leave it alone, Bill. Maybe you can take some time away from this meeting and knock it into my head. But in this penny for Pinellas form that we filled, that we use as a marketing tool, we showed an estimate of $2 billion income for the entire penny, city, county, and the county-wide investments, of which it would be about we were estimating 1.1, maybe 1.1 billion for that we're already showing at 1.4 or 1.37. So I'm just trying to get the numbers that are here versus that. So we've obviously gone up in what we estimated the revenues to be versus what we said a couple years ago. And that's really the clarification that I was looking for.
Well, and you know, we can certainly get together and talk more in detail about this, but just for the benefit of the whole commission, part of what's not reflected that you're in the sheet that you're seeing that shows the penny revenue specifically is the fact that there are other funding sources. So we do have grants that we receive that support penny projects. As an example, we do have carry forward from the prior penny. There was the discussion about the Gulf Boulevard project and $7.9 million from penny 3 carrying forward. So part of what you're seeing in that penny forecast is reflective of all of the funding sources for penny projects and not only the infrastructure sales surtax during the 10-year period.
Okay. Okay. So there's additional funding here. So that's fine. Appreciate the clarification. I would like to get together with you. Thank you.
All right, anything else on this? Okay, I just wanted to let y'all know that Della sent out a copy of the statement we talked about yesterday. We incorporated comments from Commissioner Long and Welch. And if you've had a chance to look at it, great, but we need to send it out. We need to get it out before.
Well done, Madam Chair. I think you should just go ahead and send it unless someone has any kind of thing to say.
All right, Commissioner Welch.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's very well done. Had a chance to speed read it just now. And I think, as you know, speaking with Sheriff Gualtieri and Mayor Kreisman and Hibbert, they are on board for that review of use of force. And I think that helps move us from protest to dialogue to actually positive action. So
right.
I agree.
And it is one of those things that people are starting to ask for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going to comment that I think the changes, the edits, the additions take it from a kind of a boilerplate statement to something a little bit more thoughtful and moving us forward with specific steps of action, which is, I think, really important because the voices are being heard now, but we need to know what that next step is. What are we going to do to take action to move us forward? And I think there's a lot of good stuff in this letter.
Thank you. And thank you to Barry for putting some of that stuff in there. Okay.
Yeah, very good.
All right, we will send it out then. Barry, do we need to figure out who we're sending it to, or can communications do that?
Well, we have our, we can do a press release with it, you know, and push it out that way as a beginning point. We can certainly send it to I'm open to suggestions, and if you have specific audiences that you want us to send that to, we certainly can do that.
Looks like we have some suggestions. Commissioner Welch?
Recommend the Council of Mayors and the Police Standards Council.
Okay. Commissioner Long?
I think it might be a really good idea to send it to all of our constitutional officers, number one. Number two, I believe it's Graham Brinkman, who has replaced Tim Nickens as the editor of the editorial board. So I would include him, as well as our own reporter, Mark Fuente.
Right.
And St. Pete Catalyst as well. They're getting a lot of publicity these days, so it'd be good to include them too.
And I think we can put it on our Facebook page as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Anything else for the good of the order?
Stay safe, everybody, and healthy.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
So, Commissioners, real quick, so tomorrow we've added the emergency proclamation that would begin next Friday and carry us forward since we don't have a meeting scheduled for next week. Joel signed off on that's sufficient notice, and so if we'll add that to the meeting tomorrow, and then that way we don't have to have a special meeting just to adopt an emergency declaration.
Okay, so we'll just have a beginning a virtual meeting, and then kind of
correct. We're gonna do it at the end.
Transition to our work session.
Correct. We'll do it at the end, but it'll,
Okay.
but yes.
All right.
Real quick, yeah, on the use of that room, Barry, that we're going to meet on the 23rd of June, the organizations that normally use our room here are going to be able to use that room as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We'll have all of the different ones using that. We'll be set up, and that will be our meeting room.
Okay, so TDC, Pinellas Planning, MPO, all of those will meet there as well. Okay.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, same time. Bye-bye.